Welcome to everyone in the meeting. This meeting is taking place in the Council Chamber, Shepton Mallet, and we have members of the Planning Committee, officers and public speakers, and members of the public physically present in the chamber. We also have members of the public watching the meeting on Teams. Cameras within the Council Chamber allow us to film the meeting for viewers on Teams and also record the meeting. Therefore, any members of the public present should be aware that they may be recorded, even if they are not participating in the meeting. If this causes you any concern, then please let me know now. No? All okay? Thank you. Members who have brought their own device with them should ensure that their cameras are switched off and, very importantly, the device, microphones and speakers are muted for the duration of the meeting. Otherwise, this causes feedback on the council sound system. Public speakers contributing to the meeting virtually should switch their cameras off and put their microphones on mute until they are invited to speak by the chair. It is not permitted for any other member of the public viewing by Teams to contribute to the meeting at any time. Should any member of the Planning Committee wish to speak, please raise your hand and catch the attention of myself, the Vice Chair, Legal Advisor, or lead officers, which are Simon and Anna next to me here, and members in the chamber to speak. Remember to switch your desk microphone on so that all those in attendance and viewing can hear you. Please do not use the chat function within Teams for anything. All contributions must be made verbally. Please can all mobile phones be set to silent? Thank you. And then we'll move to apologies, which is with Deb today. Helen is away.
Sorry, I forgot I left my microphone up there. We have apologies from Councillor Adam Boyden and Councillor Dawn Denton, who is centre substitute, Councillor Philip Ham, and Councillor Benty Height.
Yep, thank you. Yes.
Just received a message from Councillor Sully. She is on her way running late. Thank you.
No, thank you. That's good. I haven't seen that one. It must have been late. Okay, we're going to go to the minutes of the previous meeting, or do we do public speakers first? But we have none, I believe, Debbie. No. Oh, Philip, yeah.
So you missed declarations of interest.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We're doing the minutes first, and then we'll go to declarations of interest, okay? Thank you. So we start at page, I've got to go and find it now. I don't seem to have it here. Did you say something, Helen?
Thank you, Chair. As far as I understand it, there are no minutes and they are going to be approved at the next meeting.
I hadn't been informed of that.
Thank you, Helen. You are correct.
Thank you, Helen. You know more than the chair. Well done. Brilliant. Okay, so we'll skip those and we will go on to declarations of interest then. So do we have any declarations? Philip, you look eager, mate. So you must have a declaration of interest.
I just need to be clear. I've got on item 8 Orchid Way. It's where my daughter lives. So.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure Debbie has picked up on that, or Claire. Okay, so to that, then we've got the public question time. Well, we don't have any for there, I don't believe, for that particular one.
No one has registered, Chair.
No, thank you. Okay, so before we actually go to the planning applications as such, we're going to have a little bit of a change today. We're going to go to the appeals. We're going to do the appeals first. So I will hand over to Simon to run you through, or run us through, the appeals. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, members, if you look at your report pack, you will see that since your last meeting, 2 appeal decisions have been issued. One at Newhouse Farm, Heybridge Hill, Heybridge Wells, and one at 11 Keyford Terrace. When the papers were first circulated, it didn't include the appeal decisions which were issued, but they have now been circulated to you as per the decision letter that we received. So I hope you've had the opportunity to look at them. And what I wanted to do was just look at the appeal decision that's in relation to Newhouse Farm. So you'll have seen that that is a site beyond the settlement boundary of Wells, and therefore any development it would not have been compliant with the settlement strategy as set out in your local plan. And planning permission was refused by the local planning authority, and as confirmed in that appeal decision, the inspector proceeded to overturn the council's decision and grant planning permission. And I'd just like to, I don't want to go through the decision in detail, but I think it's very helpful for you in understanding the situation where the tilted balance is engaged. So effectively, the site is, as I've said, is beyond the settlement boundary. So there's no development plan policy in support of the development that was proposed, which was for 50 houses. But if we go through the notice, it is helpful for you to understand how the inspector completed the tilted balance. So there are some paragraphs that I'm just going to highlight. So I don't know if you've got the report in front of you, but it might be worth opening it. So at paragraph 11, the inspector identified that the main issues were the effect of the proposal on the character and appearance of the area, including any effects on the identity and distinctiveness of the settlements and any landscape or visual effects. He also considered that the extent to which the proposal would contribute to the objectives of limiting the need to travel and offering a genuine choice of transport modes. And the other main issue was the nature and extent of any economic, social and environmental benefits. Through his letter, so on pages 3, 4, 5, 6, he sets out his reasoning and rationale on the first issue. And again, I'll just read his conclusions at paragraphs 32 and 33. So he concluded that the proposal would conflict with policy core 1 and policy core 4, in that it will be located outside the settlement boundary of Wells. However, he concluded that it would not lead to coalescence between the western edge of Wells and Heybridge, and also, whilst there would be some coalescence between Elm Close and Heybridge, he did not feel that that would be harmful to the character or identity of any of either of those settlements. He also concluded that the landscape and visual effects had been considered, and he concluded that the landscape effects beyond the site would be no greater than moderate minor for any receptor. And he concluded that whilst there would be major visual effects for residents of Elm Close and major moderate visual effects for the users of the public right-of-way that crosses the site, overall, he concluded that the proposal would not cause harm to the character and appearance of the area. Again, moving on through the letter, he then spent time on pages 7 and 8 concluding or assessing the extent to which the site was in an unsustainable location in terms of its location and proximity to services and facilities. And at paragraph 39, he considered that the location of the site at about 1.5k from the centre of Wells would limit the need to travel because of the range and facilities that would be available to future residents within a relatively short distance. And he went on to conclude effectively that the proposal would accord with policies of the framework which seek to promote sustainable transport. Again, just moving through the rest of his decision, he then spent on page 8 and 9 considering all the other issues and the economic and social benefits. And it's really the conclusion, members, at on page 15, at point 76 and 77, that what I really wanted to draw your attention. And Chair, if it's okay, I will just read those paragraphs out as they're written. So he concludes, the adverse effects of the proposal include conflict with the spatial strategy due to it being located outside the development boundaries defined in the development plan. However, I only attach limited weight to that conflict because the development boundaries are not delivering the amount of housing that is needed. So that's a point with regards to the council delivering on the 5-year supply of housing. He went on to conclude that there would also be some landscape harm, but that the main effects of that would be localised. He also concluded that while there would be some coalescence between Elm Close and Heybridge, this would not be harmful to the character or identity of those settlements. So his overall assessment was that the proposal would not cause significant harm to the character and appearance of the area, and that he had not identified conflict with relevant policies of the development plan, and that he was only attaching limited weight to the landscape and visual harm. And then again, this is where the requirement to assess the tilted balance comes into effect under 11D of the NPPF. And he goes on to attach significant weight to the benefit of housing delivery and significant weight to the benefit of affordable housing delivery and less weight to the economic benefits. But because of the only limited weight he attached to the harms, he went on to conclude that the adverse impacts of granting planning permission would not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies and the framework as a whole. So effectively, he used the provision at 11D of the NPPF to support a grant of plan permission. So I hope that's helpful, Chair. Helpful for the applications that have been presented at this meeting, and will also continue to be presented to the committee over the year.
Thank you, Simon. I believe, Helen, you wish to have a comment.
Yeah. Is that coming through? Yeah. I can see why Simon has brought this our attention to this, because it's a site that's very close to one we're going to talk about today for 47 houses. However, I don't think they're exactly the same site, and I think that some of the landscape effects could be localised in this case, but what we're talking about today, there's a far bigger landscape impact. Looking out and also looking back into the town of Wells, and also this one that you've mentioned today is slightly closer. So I think the nearest primary school is something like 1.5 miles away, whereas the one we're talking about today is like 1.9 miles away from the nearest primary school. So it's just that bit further to walk and all the rest of it. So although there are some similarities, and I can see that why you've raised it, I don't think they're exactly the same. And when it comes to doing the balancing act between the tilted balance in favour of sustainable development, whatever sustainable means in this case, then I think that we have to do that separately, and we may not agree with the officer in terms of the harms that he's attached to the landscape or the likelihood of people getting their cars to go anywhere. So I'd just like to raise that. There's another one that I'd like to just raise as well, which is the other thing that we lost at appeal, which is in my ward, I raised it and I sent an email out about it. And Mick Dunk also commented on it, Councillor Mick Dunk also commented on it. And it was double glazing in a listed building in Keyford Ward. The town council had approved it. My co-ward councillor had approved it. And I was on holiday and I approved it 3 hours late. But I don't think you saw that. I asked for it to go to planning, planning committee to be considered as a test case about whether or not we should put double glazing, whether it could be allowed, and this is slimline double glazing, it's better than ordinary double glazing, in a listed, conservation area. In this particular case, the street is on the top of a hill, facing northeast in a cul-de-sac. So in terms of the visual harm, which is what the conservation officer had a problem with, that was very limited. And I would have said the benefit in terms of energy efficiency was great. This was not referred to planning committee. And I think that when we've got that form where if an officer approves something and the parish doesn't want something to go through, they've got to sort of put all their reasons on this form. And it's all the reasons why they disagree with an officer who might approve something and they might want to refuse it. Well, in this case, it was the other way around. There's no guidance for parishes, for towns and parishes, in terms of when the officer refuses something like double glazing, but everybody else wants it. And I would like to see those sorts of things also automatically triggered to go to planning committee in future, please.
I think I'll just answer Helen on that one. Yeah, thank you, Helen. I tend to agree with you there. I think that's a sensible, the idea you've just put forward is quite sensible, actually. I think Simon wants to come back on something.
Yeah, it was just to say, Councillor Kane, in terms of the scheme of delegation that was adopted by the Constitution, effectively, if the officer recommendation on an application is, even if it's for, even in a situation where it would be for refusal and the parish council, town council or the divisional member were recommending approval, it would then need to be referred through the scheme of delegation, which is to the chair and the vice chair. So there is that, if you like, second review for that case that you referred to.
But in this case, it didn't. It didn't get triggered to go to planning committee, even though I requested it. It was done by officer delegation. Then they went to appeal, and then the inspector has allowed it. So we've paid now the appeal costs for this applicant, when I think that this planning committee would have been reasonable and would have been able to see that the slimline double glazing was not going to be harmful to the building and would have let it through. So, you know, we could have saved some money there.
Okay, thank you, Helen. I might not disagree with you completely. Susie.
Oh, I just wanted to ask, the stuff that the lead officer just read out, is that really to be considered now? Do we consider that as a precedent? Is it a precedent? The statement that he's made, that limited weight is to be given because the boundaries are not delivering sufficient housing?
I think that's one for you, Simon.
Yeah, Councillor, it is, because, you know, again, we've had the discussion with a number of cases. So where a site is beyond the settlement boundary and therefore not supported by your strategic policies, CP1, CP2, CP4, because the council can't demonstrate a deliverable 5-year land supply of housing, we can't solely rely on those policies to either approve or refuse. We have to assess them against the policies in the framework, and that's where paragraph 11D is triggered. So what decision makers have to do? So the inspector did it. We as officers do it when we're carrying out our assessments under delegated authority. And what you've now got to do as elected members is assess the impacts of the development. What you can't do is rely on the fact that it's outside of the settlement boundary, and you have to assess using the other policies in your framework. So the DP policies instead of the CP policies. Is there any significant and or demonstrable harm arising from the proposal? So the reason why I selected the bits that I read out, because that summarised the key issues which the inspector considered were important in relation to the policies which are still binding on the assessment of the application. So whether or not there was coalescence, whether or not there was a landscape and visual impact, and whether or not the site was actually in a sustainable location or an unsustainable location in terms of whether or not future residents are likely to not have to require to travel by car to services and facilities that they need to live their lives.
Thank you. Can I just come back and say he seems here to be specifically talking about affordable housing. Does that mean that's the precedent in terms of affordable housing and not just any old housing? Sorry.
No, so the inspector highlighted the benefits of delivering housing, market housing, and then affordable housing. And again, your policy requires 40% affordable housing to be delivered in Wales, 30% elsewhere.
Thank you very much for clarifying that.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Simon, once more. Before we move into the main body of the agenda, excuse me, I've got an announcement to make. Sorry, yes?
So I just wanted to say one more thing in case we think every time things go to appeal, our decision is overturned. I was very pleased to see that the roundabout in Glastonbury, the appeal was not successful and our decision stood. So we're not always wrong.
Thank you. And who is it? Ben Martin.
Ben's not here.
We're a double act here, but that's another story. I think the key message is we shouldn't really be letting this influence what we decide to do today. It's a bit worrying if we do. The lesson that's peculiar from the new whatever it is, the new farm development is we've all got it wrong. The parish council got it wrong. The officers got it wrong. The process of delegation got it wrong. But we, the council, have to pay the penalty for it. I think that's the point about where the learning points are. I'm not saying that we suddenly have to have a decision about change our mind about how we do with all subsequent applications, but it's just a little bit concerning that we need to bear that in mind, that we can all get it wrong. Chair, are we discussing Frome separately, or was that it? For I was assuming that the officer would refer to Frome separately, the appeal separately.
If you'd like, Simon, if you'd like to come back on that, please.
I mean, again, the two appeals that have been considered since your last committee, so that's why we haven't reported on the Glastonbury one yet, because it was issued too late to report. So the one in Frome, 11 Kiefer Terrace, actually Councillor Kay has just pretty much provided a good summary of the issues that the inspector considered. So I think, again, if you read the appeal decision, I think the inspector got a little bit mixed up in recognising the importance of Georgian and Victorian styles of, or Victorian and Georgian architectural styles within the building. So we'd gone ahead and refused because we didn't feel that the fenestration pattern was reflective of the style of the building, whereas the inspector disagreed with that and effectively put more weight on the sustainability benefits arising from installing the new glazing, irrespective of the fact it was the wrong type of window style for the period of building. So yeah, that was the other appeal decision, which is listed, which again, hopefully is of some interest to you.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully that's okay, Martin.
Can I come back?
You certainly can.
Well, I think my only observation is that everything that Councillor Kay listed in what she said now, none of that was on the portal. Not one bit of it. There were no material considerations put forward by those being put forward, hardly by the town council, hardly by anybody. So I'm not surprised in your defence, Chair and Vice Chair, why you made the decision you did not to delegate it. I think the important thing is if you are requested by the officers, we are requested by the officers to provide material planning reasons why the decision should go either one way or the other. And I think we should make sure we scrupulously observe that. So an observation. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you for your observation, Martin, definitely. Okay. So I said that I had some other information before we go through to the main body of the agenda. Okay, this one is a bit tricky for me to announce, but I'm going to do it. Is that I will no longer be able to give priority to more members when it comes to talking about their particular division. It's a new rules that are sort of being imposed, and there will be more of these sort of rules to come in the future. I think Leslie is actually going to talk you through it because she understands it a little bit better than me, maybe. So, Leslie, if you'd like to sort of explain to members.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's probably not a case of introducing new rules. The order of speaking at Planning Committee is enshrined and set out in the Planning Committee procedure rules, which itself forms part of the Council's constitution. If you see there, paragraph 7.17, we're told that if matters are referred to committee, the following will be invited to speak in order at the Planning Committee meeting at which the matter is considered. A, members of the public or their representatives who have previously made written representations objecting to or in support of the application. B, parish, town or city councils who have previously made written representations objecting to or in support of the application. C, members of the council who are not members of the Planning Committee. And finally, D, the applicant or agent. So I think what has happened in the districts and initially there have been some variances in that order, and I think the idea now is to bring consistency across all our area committees. So that's why this has been brought to the attention of the Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Leslie. I anticipated questions from you, Helen, so fire away.
Problem here. I have no problem with having a set order of how the speakers speak. That doesn't really matter. In fact, in some ways, it's quite useful to know the order that people are going to be asked to speak. This is before we go to the debate. I'm assuming that is before we go to the debate. Okay. I believe it is still within the power or the gift of the chair. When we open the debate, I have noticed in the past, Nick, and I think Damon before you used to do it, they'd say if there was a ward councillor sitting actually in the committee, that they could kick off and they could put their view forward. And I would be loath to see that lost. Particularly given that there's a very big one coming up in my ward, in my division soon. I would like to be able to, speak at the meeting. I noticed also that in a previous meeting where somebody in a village, there's councillors on the committee here today, had some houses to be built in their village, that you kept going back to that divisional councillor, and they in total were allowed to speak for about 10 minutes during the, over 3 or 4 times over the course of the meeting. So I would hope that divisional councillors are not restricted when it comes to the actual debate. Thank you.
I can answer that one for you, Helen, because that's an issue that I have personally had. And yeah, you are restricted, and you will not be the person who I come to first in a committee meeting. I'll be going clockwise or anti-clockwise, whichever. So yes, that is a change. And
can I ask where that change has come from?
Yes, I'm quite happy to tell you. It didn't come from any officers here, and it didn't come from the legal, and it certainly didn't come from me as the chair or from the vice chair. Okay, so I'll leave it to you to work out where to send your email.
Okay, so it seems as if the divisional councillors are not going to be able to have any extra weight in the meeting, and I think that's quite deliberate, and I understand why that's been done. Thank you.
Okay, you can speak to me privately if you wish. Thank you. Okay, Martin.
Mr. Chairman, are we at liberty on this panel to take it, have a a discussion or make a consideration that we actually possibly object to this application of ruling?
I would have to defer to the legal on this one, and I'm in an awkward position here, Martin, because I may not be in full agreement with the with this idea. So I'm in an awkward position, but I don't know whether we have the power as a committee to say no. I don't think we do. But Leslie, I don't know what your opinion would be.
I would have to obviously delve into the constitution to see whether this committee has the power to make that decision. But certainly any views of this committee in regards to that proposed change, I think can come forward and could be escalated.
So I'm really confused about whether this is the change in the constitution, which I don't object to at all, or it's a change that Nick has made on his own behalf as chair. Yeah.
Oh, no way have I made this change. And you've got completely the wrong end of the stick if you think that. Okay?
Okay, so where's it come from? I'd like to know where exactly this has come from.
Okay. I'm not sure whether we can... Barry, you wish to come on? We'll take legal on that. Barry, you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair.
I think.
Oh, well, Leslie's going to come in.
Sorry, I think, Chair, in view of the discussion that's arising, I think it would be appropriate to take this matter away and come back at next meeting. We can answer your questions, Councillor Kay, about where this is coming from, etc.
If we have at the next meeting Selwood Garden Village for 1,700 houses in my division, and this is allowed to go through now and it's not resolved, then obviously it's a setup to shut me up at that meeting. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, Helen, I don't think that's fair. Whoops, oh damn.
Pardon, Chair?
Sorry, I just got some water, hence me upset for this. I don't think it's not a decision by Nick, it's something we were informed of the other week. So it's nothing to do with any decision Nick or I have made in relation to shutting anybody up over a large contentious development.
It's just the plan.
It's a planning thing to put us in line with all the way all the other committees react. So I'd like to apologise again for Nick, as I didn't realise his water was on top of us.
Yeah, thank you for that, Edric. Yeah, there is no way that you're going to pin this on me, Helen. Thank you. But I totally agree with the with legal. Yeah, I'm just going to finish answering Helen in a minute because it's something that I'm a bit twitchy about myself. I fully agree with Leslie at legal that it needs to be taken away. People need to speak about this elsewhere and come back with an answer before that meeting. If Selwood Garden Village is on there, okay? Because I'm similar to you. So we'll see. Okay, right, Barry, we'll move on to you.
Thank you, Chairman. Nick, I sit on the Constitution and Governance Committee. I don't recognise what Helen is saying over here, and I don't recognise what you're saying over there. None of this has come past the Constitution Committee. So I would like to know where it came from as well.
Thank you, Barry. So you're saying that it hasn't come to the Constitution at all? Okay, I think we'll take that on board. Martin?
I'd like to support that because that's exactly the question I was going to ask. This should have gone through Constitution.
Also, yeah, I would tend to agree that there is something there. But it will, like I said, it will be looked at because I've already asked for it to be looked at before. So, okay, we'll move on. Claire?
Just a quick comment, Chair. So could there be some innocence here that it's just that an interpretation and we've interpreted and had a process that's different and inconsistent with other committees? Is it that? you know, that's what possibly is, just to be devil's advocate and say there may not be a conspiracy.
I think there is a little bit that we have been inconsistent compared to the other boards, shall we say, that we've inherited from Mendip as compared to they've inherited from Sedgemoor, etc., etc. But I don't necessarily agree that we need to change. But, you know, we have a reputation here of being open, honest, and as transparent as you can be. And I don't think we need to change it. So we'll see. So we're going to be open and transparent about this as well. And it will be spoken about elsewhere. And we'll be back as quickly as possible, I hope. Thank you. Right. Barry, you coming back again?
One last word, please, Chairman. I don't think it's a question of interpretation or inheritance. It's not any of those questions at all. These items are written in the Constitution and they're quite clear. There's no interpretation or inheritance from other committees or other councils. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Barry, I'm going to ask you a question on that because so you're saying that it's in the Constitution that we don't invite divisional members to speak first. Is that correct?
It's a chair's discretion, but there are no orders of speaking laid down. But I think it's expected as a matter of courtesy that the ward member gets his say in first. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I welcome your opinion. Thank you. Okay, so we've now finished with that little bit, and we can go into the main thing. But rest assured, that will be taken away and will be spoken about elsewhere. There's more to come as well. Okay, so we will go on now. We've got, I think, we're doing land at the southeast of the Brambles in Street, and I think Kelly, you have the pleasure.
Thank you, Chair. You're correct, Chair. This application is land southeast of Brambles at Higher Brookston Street. The site is outside the settlement limit, where development is strictly controlled, and it's within the Somerset Levels, Moors and Ramsar risk area. You can see the site outlined in red on that plan there. As I said, the site is outside the settlement limit, and the settlement limit is shown with the red line boundary. It is only just outside the settlement limit, in a natural gap between the property known as the Brambles, which is to the northwest of the red block there, which is the application site, and the woodlands, which is at the bottom part of the picture there. Although it is just outside the settlement limit, it is within walking distance of a town and its facilities and school of Street. The lane itself is quite rural in character, a single lane track with a few passing spaces along it. There's plenty of dog walkers that walk along there too. But that said, because of that characteristic of Higher Brooks Lane, the traffic speeds down there are likely to be a lot less than the speed limit specified. The application is in a full application for the erection of a detached dwelling, and it would utilise the existing field gate that's in the site already, and that's a picture of the layout of it. Now, Simon Trafford has talked a lot about the policies, and I'll just reiterate because it may have got lost in the debate that we've just had, but just to remind you that because of the position that we're in as a council with the 5-year land supply and lack of housing, the core policies associated with restricting development outside the development limits are given limited weight. And as such, paragraph 11D of the NPPF applies, and that talks about a presumption in favour of sustainable development. unless adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of bringing housing forward. So this application has been considered in the tilted balance that we've heard a lot about and is brought forward as a departure to the local plan. This is what the house will look like, and in design terms, it's very similar to some of the other houses immediately adjacent. This picture is, as it says, taken from Google Earth, and it's from woodlands looking back towards the application site. So you can get a feel for the rural nature of the plot, but it is within existing housing. These two houses were granted permission back in 2013, and they are outside the development limits also. They came back in with an amended scheme later on in 2015, so relatively new. And the application plot that we're looking at today is to the right-hand side of that dwelling off the picture. On the left-hand side is the dwelling, the Brambles, and on the right-hand side is the gable end side on of the Brambles, and that's the plot that we're looking at for discussion today. I won't repeat everything in the report pack, Chairman, but the report pack covers the amenity issues, highway safety, ecology, and all have been found acceptable in this location. So taking into account the tilted balance and the lack of housing supply, the site is not considered isolated in this case. It's just on the outside of the settlement limits. We're not in a village here. We're in a town with lots of facilities. We're within walking distance. And it's considered here that the impacts of the development are not significantly harmful to warrant refusal of the application, and the application is recommended for approval, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, Kelly. So we're going to move on to the speakers, and the first one will be Dan Foster, please. And Dan, remember you have 3 minutes. Yeah, there's been a bit of a reorganisation this month, and you're all sat there on your own. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. To the northwest of the application site, there is a continuous run of houses that fronts onto Higher Brooks and around to its junction with Middlebrooks. And to the southwest is another detached property. As the Planning Officer's report sets out, the application site therefore comprises an infill plot at the edge of street, one of the 5 main towns identified in the local plan. The 2 properties immediately to the northwest were both granted planning permission in 2015, and they also lie outside of the development limit of street. In our opinion, there is no good reason to consider that the currently proposed development would be any less acceptable in principle than the dwellings approved immediately adjacent, particularly as the same local plan policies applied in 2015 as they do now. In terms of the appearance of the new house, it would be very similar to the neighbouring properties known as the Brambles and Ivythorn View, including the use of natural stone on the front elevation and slate for the roof. Given the similarities between the proposed scheme and the neighbouring houses, we consider that development would be in keeping with the character of the area. The development would have no adverse impact on the amenity of any neighbours, and all the neighbouring properties benefit from generously sized plots, and this ensures a good degree of separation between the proposed new house and the existing properties. In respect of highway matters, Higher Brooks is a generally quiet rural road set away from the main highway network. This is reflected in the fact that there have been no recorded road traffic accidents on this part of Higher Brooks in the 23-year period between 1999 and 2022. In addition, when planning permission was sought for a dwelling on this site in 2014, it was proposed to be served by the same access arrangements as now. This earlier application was not refused on highway safety grounds, and there has been no substantive change in highway conditions that would now lead to a different conclusion. In summary, there is a significant shortfall of housing supply in the former Mendip area, such as the policies of the local plan now carry much less weight. And so we think this is a good opportunity to construct a much needed new house to help address the housing shortfall. There are no technical objections to the scheme, and so we hope you can support the application in line with the recommendation of your planning officer. Thank you.
And thank you, Dan. Next, we have Councillor Liz Lysham, who is one of the division councillors for that area. Thank you, Liz. Liz, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee. I'm speaking as one of the 2 division members for Street. In my written comments, I did disclose that my partner rents a barn in Higher Brooks. He does not own it, but because of that use of the barn, I do probably visit Higher Brooks more than some other residents of Street. My concern is about further development of Higher Brooks, which, as you've already seen from the Google Earth picture, is a very rural lane. It is a lane where I receive lots of complaints from people who live there. Only a small number of people live there, but a lot of people walk there and walk their dogs. It is right on the outskirts of Street and is one of the remaining rural lanes within the boundary of the village. It is outside the 30-mile-an-hour zone, as well as being outside the settlement limit. It is between houses, but there are lots of small fields in Higher Brooks that are between houses, because a lot of houses were built in the mid-20th century and they are dotted along the lane. So it could be argued that many of the small fields in Higher Brooks are between existing houses. My main concern, though, is the access from the B3151 at Slug Hill, where Higher Brooks is a minor turning that adjoins both Slug Hill and the B3151, which of course is a busy freight route carrying traffic between the 303 and the M5. So my concerns are about highways and about developing further into Higher Brooks. And since this application was received by this council, a pre-app consultation has started and is close to completion for 160 homes close to Middlebrooks and Higher Brooks Junction. So one can imagine that there is a great deal more concern in Street now about the amount of development in this particular area of Street. So I thank you for your time, Chair. In my written comments, I said that I objected. I did not support the application. I do not support development of any further housing in Higher Brooks until or unless we can do something about the road safety, which I believe will become really important, particularly if any further development goes ahead. I think we need to look at one way for the majority of the Higher Brooks lane. Where this house sits in that is a matter for this committee, not for me. But my concerns are all about highway safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. I think we do we have traffic here today, highways?
Sam.
I thought we did. Sam, yeah. There, that side, yeah. Sam, would you like to come back on that? Because Liz mentioned highways.
I believe that we referred the application to standing advice. So if it's compliant with the standing advice requirements, then that would mean that the officer is able to go ahead and make a decision on highways grounds checking it against the standing advice requirements. Just checking, I mean, for a single dwelling, you're looking at the access itself, visibility displays for said access, if it meets the requirements, etc. And obviously local knowledge from the officer if they deem that is acceptable in accordance with the standing advice requirements for one single dwelling.
Okay, thank you, Sam. I'm not sure I like our new layout. I prefer people sat along there. Okay, let's open up to the committee then. So who wants to be first to speak? No one? Okay, go for it, Claire.
Thank you, Chair. Just concerned about the advice from highways when and I know what's going to be said when I say this, no advice, there's not a consultation back, just look at the one line that says standard advice. And we've had unease about this part of Mendip, haven't we, before? Deja vu. where we all knew from our own experience, I get when, but from our own experience and lived experience of traffic conditions. And is there, one for the officers, is there not enough people in highways to give sort of more individual advice to, because this Councillor Leishon has raised issues about highways from somebody who's been there, I know, probably many decades, lived in that area, and will have that lived in experience, also has an expertise being a local representative and deputy leader of the council, so comes at this with expertise. So yeah, my question is, it's come up before that and I've looked for it, I've looked for highways advice, there's nothing there. Is it lack of people, or we've got a contradiction here? Thanks.
Thank you, Claire. Is there anybody who would like to answer that question? Yes, I think there is.
Well, standing advice is our response. It's not, it's basically saying it meets these certain criteria, then it is allowed, and it has to meet the criteria. I think my colleague Emma is on the line and can address it further on why we refer to it. And it isn't down to lack of highway officers. It is basically our part of our policy and how we would deal with applications of a certain level. So I'll let Emma step in as well.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Claire, does that answer your question?
I was just going to remind myself, because the reason I had this perception is because you would go on and not see a response in a document uploaded. That's why I had that perception. Although the officer's given me a response on it. Do you see what I mean? And I'm going to check now if it's still the initial invitation to get consultation. It just feels like there's not a response, but I've had an explanation, so thank you for that.
Thank you. I think Emma's going to come in with a little bit more as well. Are you still there, or have you gone? No, you are still there. Okay. You have something you'd like to say as well, so carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just to add really to what Sam said. The standing advice document is a substantive response, and we refer lower level planning applications to it. Maybe you could argue that there aren't enough highways officers to give a full response on all of the planning applications that all of the areas deal with. Hence the reason that lower level sites are referred to the standing advice document. It's a 19-page document with a number of appendices to go with it. The responses that I think are being referred to, where it just looks like it's the invitation for us to be consulted, there is always a line put on there, whether it's going to be considered further or whether it's going to be referred to standing advice. It's towards the top of those responses. And that's just each of the four areas consults us slightly differently. So the response that we send has to be slightly different. For example, Area South send us a spreadsheet, Area East send us individual consult sheets, as do North and West. So they are all slightly different. But there will always be a line on there to say whether it's been referred to standing advice or whether it's going to be considered further.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for that answer. Claire, you okay? Yeah. Edric, you wish to come back?
Susie wants to.
Oh, Susie wants to say something. Yeah, okay.
I mean, excuse me if I'm being thick again, but isn't that likely? I totally understand what you're saying, Claire, and I think we do have this conversation a lot, and I think a lot of us do feel that with our local knowledge that the responses that we're getting from highways don't tie in. But I mean, I can only assume, if that is the case, that there must be criteria that allow highways to say, if this planning application meets these criteria, boom, 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 I don't know what those criteria are, then we can give the response standing advice. And my feeling is that often we don't like that response, and therefore I assume we somehow have to find a way to be able to impact what that criteria are or what those criteria are and how, I don't know, like I feel like the whole time we're trying to kind of go against the tide because we don't know what those criteria are and perhaps we wouldn't agree with those criteria. I can only assume we wouldn't. But there must be criteria that allow them to just respond with standing advice. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, thank you, Susie. Simon's going to come in now.
Yeah, members, if obviously listen to the debate, and I think Councillor Leishon, in her written summary of her concerns about the application, and as she's just vocalised to you, she's concerned about the access to Higher Brooks from Slug Hill. So that is, if you like, an issue which is more about how the council controls the roads in its administrative boundary and how vehicles and pedestrians use it. So it's a valid concern, and clearly it's been raised, and hopefully the officers who have heard that will give that some consideration. I think in terms of considering this application and the reason why our colleagues in the highways team refer to standing advice is because actually what we've considered and what you've got to consider is an application for a single house off an existing part of the adopted highway that already serves 9 houses. So it already serves 9 houses. This proposal will mean that it would serve an additional house. The standing advice part that we've assessed the proposal against is with regards to the visibility display to the frontage of the property, where the property will be, and the car parking, whether or not there's sufficient car parking. So we've considered that against the standing advice requirements and concluded that it meets the standing advice.
Okay, thanks, Simon. Okay, I think we draw that one to the end.
Just really
Claire wants to come back
quick-
again. Yeah.
Simon, you always give a really good response, and I mean this like politely. When you say it serves these houses already, but it might not be serving them very well. That's the, you know, that's the you've made the other assumption. It was a good response what you gave, very clear. So I respect that. But if somebody lives there and knows the area, but I'm also aware that not everyone is an expert at highways as well. So I hope this is the spirit of how I'm speaking. I'm trying to be balanced, but it's confusing for us because it's very Liz's feedback and her response is very compelling, and it's going to give me a bit of a conflict, and it ties with highways. Not seeing a documentation, not seeing any highways input gives me a conflict on what to do with this and what decision to make.
Procedurally, I think the point that you all made about the confusion about when we report standing advice is referred and it complies with it. I totally understand that, and we've considered on numerous occasions whether or not we change our practice so that when an application is coming before you for consideration, irrespective of whether or not during the assessment of the application it's been progressed on a standing advice basis, I think probably time has come where we will now get a specific comment from the Highway Authority, because again, I understand your concerns, and it probably would assist if we did that for you going forward. So that's just purely procedural, nothing to do with this application.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Simon. Thank you, Claire. Helen, yes, I can just about make you out there. Thank you. So
yeah, thank you, Nick.
Cheers.
When we did our training on planning, we've had a couple of extra ones. The first time round when we did it with Mendit, we had some training on conservation and conservation areas, which we haven't had. This committee hasn't had. We've had some biodiversity net training, biodiversity net gain training, which I'm not sure how many people attended. It was online. What I really think we need is training on highways and how they make their decisions. And I looked into this with a lot of big developments in my area. They have what is called, I think, the Red Book, and it's like a guideline, and they look at the guidelines and they reference this Red Book. And if that is still the case, and I believe it was even updated a few years ago, and there was a consultation where we could have fed into it. So we could have said whether we agree or not with standing advice, etc. So, you know, if we could just get some background so that we understand more where highways is coming from, that would be great. Anyway, going on to this specific issue now, I had a look at this. I went down there last night. I noticed all the other houses that look quite modern. And given that this is going to look very similar, I'm inclined to think that the infill is okay. I do hear you, Councillor Leishon, but my main concern with it is if we approve it today, where is it going to stop? The people in Woodlands at the moment, I assume that that property was there and always was an isolated property in the countryside. But are we then going to see an application coming in for the other side of Woodlands? And this is partly because the local plan is not up to date, and because we haven't got the housing figures, obviously, we're under a lot of pressure. But if we approve this today, how are we going to not set a precedent so that the property on the other side of Woodlands doesn't have an application come in next year? You know, I think the issue of the 160 houses at the junction of Higher Brooks and Middle Brooks is a separate issue. And I would think that that point is when when Councillor Leishon can get it as a one-way system, but not today. I don't think we can address that today. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Any more questions?
Well, I did ask a question, which was kind of like, how can we stop? If we approve this today, does it set a precedent? And whether or not, you know, we'll just get another application coming in down Higher Brooks next year and then another one the year after, and it will just end up going down the road, and it'll be kind of this incremental development like has happened in 2015 with these other two that got approved.
Okay, I think maybe Simon can try to answer that, but I don't think there's a real answer to it.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Councillor Kay, I mean, unfortunately, you've set out your assessment of this application for your fellow members to consider. In terms of will it establish precedent? It won't establish a precedent, and clearly any other applications that are submitted in the future, they'll be considered on their merits, just like this one.
Thanks for that, Simon. That sounds like a sensible answer. And so Helen, so Phil, your turn next.
I'll be quite quick. In Liz Leishon's comments, divisional members' comments, she talks about that the land is outside the 30-mile-an-hour limit. How many other houses are outside that limit? How close is the house to that limit? And does it matter whether it's in that limit or not? And the reason I'm asking is because about a year ago, we were here and we argued about a site in Loyal Mendip by the school and the 30-mile-an-hour sign, and it was agreed eventually, to my disgust, that the application was allowed on the conditions that the 30-mile-an-hour sign would be moved. The houses have been built, the access has been built, the house is on the market, and no indication of the signs being moved.
I remember that application very well, Phil, because I had to spend an afternoon wandering up there and looking around it. So yeah, I knew it anyway. I'm a bit disappointed that hasn't been sorted yet. There you go. Right, Edric, you're next.
I'd like to back Phil up on that one. And some of us may remember, I think we had an application for 6 houses out of Walton, which were outside the 31-hour speed limit. And at the time I said, if we are building outside the 30 limit, say the 30 limit started, say 150 metres away from the nearest houses, surely if we then build outside the development boundary of the village, should the 30-mile-an-hour limit then not be moved, so it's still 150 metres away the development limit. So, and I don't think we got an answer we were happy with, but I raised the same sort of issue around if we're extending a village boundary, surely the 30-mile limit should go along with it, and if it incurs a cost, then the developer should pay for it. They're the ones who are benefiting from building a house. So the people who are being impacted shouldn't suffer by the extra development. I don't think highways agree with me because I know there's certain criteria they need to meet, but I'd quite like some feedback on that case there, and then when Philip is spoken about, and in relation to this, Liz may, if you let Liz come back, and she may know where it is, because I'm not quite sure where the 30 limit is there. If that's a no, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Edric. Yeah, you make it. We are wandering off of our original thing a little bit, but Liz, yeah, if you'd like to sort of communicate to Edric, that would be good.
Thank you, Chair. I can tell you that Middlebrooks is within the 30-mile-an-hour limit. Higher Brooks is without.
Thanks, Liz. Okay, if we're going to get back to the reason we're here for now, we've done the speed bit. Anything else? Who would like to ask a question or make a comment about anything else? No, Claire, I can see you looking pensive. No? Okay. So, well, we're looking for a recommendation then. Does anybody want to recommend approval to go with the officer or to go against the officer recommendation? Susie?
Sorry, I just should have put my hand up a few minutes earlier. My comment is, if we refuse this, it will go to appeal and it will be granted. So I just feel like my hands are tied the whole time. And I remember both what Phil was saying and what the Deputy Chair was saying. I remember both of those cases. And I remember saying then, pointlessly, it should automatically trigger, a planning decision should automatically trigger an action from Highways to move a 30 sign. But that isn't the world we live in. And I don't know how we change it, but I feel like there's not enough tied up thinking the whole time. So I can only say we can vote however we like. It won't make a difference because we'll just end up with an appeal and we'll lose. So there we go.
Thank you, Susie. I'm staying unbiased on that one, but I will ask Paula if you could come back on that a minute. That question. It's probably, no, or Emma.
Emma's online.
Emma's online. Nobody's there. Yeah. Okay, you're been referred to you. What Susie was asking was why it doesn't automatically trigger if something is done in a planning application, like we'll say the one at Lyle Mendip. Sorry to go outside of the realms here. The one at Lyle Mendip. Why that doesn't automatically trigger for the what was for the signs to be moved or to be altered? Is there not a way that can happen?
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, no, is the short answer. Speed limits are regulated by what are called traffic regulation orders, TROs. You've probably heard of them. I know that I've spoken about them several times. And those traffic regulation orders for speed limits, they have to satisfy a bunch of criteria. They have to be, in the police's view, self-limiting. And those criteria are set by central government. It's DFT guidance that sets what it is that has to be followed for the speed limits. A TRO can fail. And it's a separate application to a planning application. So it's unusual to tie the two together because technically you can't require separate legislation to be followed in order to grant another. Although you can with a particular type of condition, so that's where you can get around it on occasion, but we don't try to go down that route very often. The changing of the speed limit can be a lengthy exercise, it can be a costly exercise, and it all depends on things like the history of collisions in the area, the road geometry and engineering, road function, what sort of users are using the highway, so it's not just cars or tractors, it could be cyclists and dog walkers and horse riders. The existing actual traffic speed and the actual road environment itself are the main things that have to be looked at. Each of those can have a different weight depending on whether it's an urban or a rural setting. For this particular site that we're discussing for this application, it's 230 metres away roughly from the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. Yes, it is in the national speed limit area, but due to the nature of the road, and that's the road environment, vehicles are very unlikely to be travelling at 60. Hopefully that gives some clarification.
That does, just to me anyway. Susie, yeah, obviously looking a bit.
Well, I feel like I was going to ask Simon, can we put it as a condition that the not in this case because it's just an individual, but the other two cases where it was a larger planning application for a number of houses, could we put it as a condition that the building company need to apply for a TRO? The other thing is, it is my understanding that local councils can also put up road signage. So there's, I don't know, but there's a difference. There's a so round schools and things where you get a 20 mile per hour, that is not, that's something that's often done by a local council. It's a recommended speed limit. So potentially there would be a way that as a council we could get around it. I don't know. Because it, you know, but none of this makes sense. Like, it's like we're sitting in a crazy world.
Hold on, thanks. I think Simon needs to come back a minute, Claire.
Just in terms of, if you like, tying the two processes, as Mrs. Meacham said, because they're interdependent of each other, we wouldn't condition changing the speed limit of the road. I think again we've just checked, and Councillor Leyshon's confirmed for you that the whole of Highbrooks is within the national speed limit. So the sign is literally just on the corner as you turn from Middlebrooks into Highbrooks. What we've had to do is consider the various, if you like, standing order aspects. So the visibility display, and that's just been referred to. Again, what we've had to do there is make a judgment, because again, perhaps Kelly, if you can put the site plan back up for members' benefit. In terms of the requirements for a site within the national speed limit, the visibility displays that can be achieved would not be met, because clearly the landowner's only got control of that section of the land adjacent to the highway directly in front of them. But again, as you've heard from Mrs. Meacham, one of the judgments we've had to take into account is it likely that any vehicles will be travelling at the national speed limit along that part of the network? Again, if you look at the map in your report packs, while Kelly just gets the presentation back up, you know, you'll see that clearly that there are 9-10 houses that already present directly to the highway. They've already got low-level boundary treatment because they also need to secure access to and from the highway. So the judgment that we've made is that an additional dwelling that continues that arrangement on a road which is subject to the national speed limit is acceptable. Yeah, so again, just to, if you can just point out, Kelly, where the national speed limit sign is with your cursor for members, so it's there. Yeah. But again, perhaps go to the photographs and just show the photographs of, so that's effectively, perhaps go back one. So there we go. So the owner of that property there, when they're coming out of the property in their blue Mini there, what they've got to do is make a judgment as to whether or not they've got enough visibility to make safe access onto the highway. And that's the standing order test that we've had to complete. Yeah, we know they haven't got control over the 200 plus meters that they need to, but we've made a judgment that it would be acceptable.
Okay, thank you, Simon. Claire, excuse me, Claire.
Councillor Lovell hand up a long time ago.
I couldn't see his hand up there. No, Claire. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Martin. Claire, I'll come back to you in a minute, Martin.
How would a leader officer and our officers team feel if we deferred this and politely asked Highways to consider some of the concerns about highways that have been raised? Politely look at it again. How would you feel? Because we don't defer actually that often. Do it. Oh.
Chairman, do you want me to respond to Councillor Sully's request there? I think Councillor Sully, Mrs. Meacham, has sort of given the committee, the room today, quite clear advice as to how the Highway Authority would respond if we asked them to provide a specific written response, because effectively that's the response that we've presented to you in our report pack under the assessment of the highways issue. So we've taken that judgment that although the applicant can't secure the visibility that would be required because they'd need to own the land right the way back up to the junction with Middlebrooks, that because of the nature of the highway and the way in which the existing houses present to it, that what they can achieve would be acceptable. You could defer if that was the member's decision. I suspect that would be the written comment that they would provide for us as officers to consider and for you as members to consider, and our recommendation would still be as it is in front of you today. But clearly you can do that if you wish.
Thank you, Simon. Okay, Claire, you have an answer. So Martin L. or Claire, do you wish to come back? We're taking a long time over this one.
Proposing we defer, and because I just think there's a big contradiction I'm hearing from two sides of the room. But
do we have a seconder? Barry, no?
No, I'm not seconding, Chair. I was going to ask the question, will we come back in a month's time? What will have changed?
Nothing.
A highways rule is going to have changed? Are we going to get a different answer from the planners? Everything will be as it is today.
Okay, thank you, Barry. Martin, you did have your hand up, mate.
Chair, I'd like to propose that we approve this application in line with officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. And Edric? Edric, your second?
I'll second that, Chair.
Okay, so that's a proposal seconded by Edric. Helen?
I was going to do the same because although I don't really like it, I think Claire's, Susie's right that it's going to go through. But they're just in terms of the conditions, have we addressed DP7 so that they have a high quality insulation? And I think they've got a nice view up there. I think looking out the back, they have a nice view looking east. Can we get sort of, make sure we've got all proper double glazing or even triple glazing and all that sort of thing so that we've got high quality build? Can we do that in the conditions? Can we add it?
Okay, who's going to do that one? Kelly, is it, or?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just checking what conditions we put on. We've put EV charging. We haven't put on a condition that Helen Kay has cited, but I can't see a reason why we couldn't.
Yeah.
Just to make it high building standards, energy efficient, all that stuff.
Oh, Simon, you'd like to come in as well?
Yeah, just to say, Councillor Kay, what we would do, we'd put on the standard DP7 condition relating to sustainability profiles that you're aware of. So if that's what you're thinking of, that's a condition we can impose.
Okay, we've spent a lot of time on this one. We have got a proposal on the table that we go with the officer recommendation for approval. That's proposed by Martin L and seconded by Edric. All those in favour?
Plus the condition, Chair.
Plus the condition, yeah. Okay, we've got plus the condition. All those against? And abstentions? Two? Okay, we've got that. That's carried then. So that application's gone through. Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. We either have a comfort break now for 10 minutes or we carry on to the next one. Which do you wish? Quick vote, hands in the air if you want to comfort break. It's a break. Okay, we'll have a 10-minute break now. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to it quickly. We need to get going. Okay, so we're going to move on now to, I've got it here, agenda item 6, and that is the land at Gypsy Lane Wells, from which is in Somerset, obviously, St Cuthbert's South Division. Ed, that's you. So if you'd like to do your Do your bit.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Yes, so this is an outline application with all matters reserved except for access for up to 47 dwellings, including affordable housing, open space, ecological mitigation and supporting infrastructure. There's a location plan for you on screen. And same again from Google Maps. This slide shows the policies map from the local plan. And just to point a few things out on this one, this cursor going, yeah, there it is. So cursor here showing the site, Gypsy Lane. To the east of the site, this is allocated site WL5, which currently has outline consent for up to 100 dwellings. Further down here, another allocated site WL1, currently no permission on that one. Going a bit further north, this is the Green Gap area, this sort of stripy bit up here. And then we've got another allocated built out site here, and to the south of the railway, this area was future growth area, now built out. Just having a quick look at the topography. The site is, let's get this cursor up again. There you go. The site is sort of on the southern side of a bit of a ridge. Other features in the area: Hay Hill, special landscape feature; Ben Knoll Hill is the special landscape feature. Hay Hill is not. Mendip's obviously up to the north. This is an extract from the landscape and visual impact assessment that's been submitted, and it shows various viewpoints which have been selected to show the application site within the landscape impact. I'm going to show you a few of those on the next few slides. So top photo is it's looking from Elm Close down at the sort of northern access, the place where the access would be created. So that's Gypsy Lane. You can see the field gate there into the site in the centre, and then off to the left is the allocated site WL5. The photo below is looking from WL5 through the tree line with the application site beyond. The top photo on this one is looking down Gypsy Lane, slightly further down from the top photo on the previous slide. So you can just see one of the accesses to one of the houses on Gypsy Lane on the right hand side there. So the application site is on the other side of the hedge. Bottom photo looking along Elm Close away from Wells, immediately beyond the hedgerow there, that's WL5 with the application site slightly further down. And then the top photo from this one is from the southeast of the application site, from a footpath that runs below. So again, beyond the hedge line, you've got not really in view, but you can see from the red line at the top that the extent of the site is sort of takes up about 2/3 of the shot there, but it's behind the hedge. And then another view from slightly further west below. These images are taken from further away. So the top image, again from the south, from a public footpath that's to the south of the site. Site is not overly visible in that top image. From the bottom image, that is taken from open access land at the top of Hay Hill, and you can see the extent of the site. So you can make out the site in that lower photo. I'll just go and highlight like that. So yeah, so the cursor there, that's that field there, that is the site in there. So then you've got sort of existing houses along Elm Close. Those are the sort of white shapes that you can just about see, and then the rest of Wells obviously further off to the right there. Just moving on, this slide is a walking isochrone map, and the site is within the middle here where I've got my cursor at the moment. This little circle, you can just about make out, that's the center of the site. And then what this map is showing, based on sort of existing roads, is how far you can walk across various distances. So the blue is 400 meters. The green is then 800 meters. So 400 meters is roughly 5 minutes. 800 meters is about 10 minutes. And then moving out further, we go 1600 meters yellow, and then 1915 meters red. So that just kind of gives you an idea of accessibility when walking. And then this one is a cycling isochrone map. So 2000 meters, I think is about 10-minute cycle from, again, the center of the site is there. And then 4000 meters in the blue. This slide is focused on the allocated site to the east of the site that we're talking about. So this is the WL5 site, which has outline consent, including the access. So that's just showing you the access points that have been consented for the WL5 site. And relevant for this site is that does include a 3-meter shared pedestrian cycle route along the frontage there, which would then could link around to this application site that we're talking about today. And this map again just shows you a bit more context. So the orange ones are allocated sites I mentioned earlier. So WL1, WL5, and built out allocations further north. The green is land allocated for Wells Rugby Club. The red is the Newhouse Farm site that was mentioned earlier, the allowed appeal, and the purple is the site for your consideration today. This image shows the illustrative master plan that's been submitted for the current application, obviously illustrative only, and is submitted to demonstrate that 47 houses and associated infrastructure could be delivered on this site. Just a few more slides now. So this is the access that's proposed as part of the current application. I'll just zoom in on the next slide so you can see it a bit clearer how that would be arranged. So the Gypsy Lane currently follows this sort of green outline here, and it's proposed to realign the access there so that this would provide access both to the proposed development and then off to Gypsy Lane to the left there, sort of bringing that access up to current standards in terms of visibility, etc. And this slide shows, so final slide, just showing a summary of the officer report. So benefits that have been identified: 47 homes, 19 affordable, identifies a significant benefit. Then some other kind of moderate benefits, construction jobs, increased local spending, landscaping, walking, cycling is limited, 11% biodiversity net gains identified as moderate. That's significantly above what it needed to. So this application came in before the mandatory national BNG requirements came in of 10%. So it's obviously fairly above the just improvement that it needs to meet. And then harms, site is outside Wells limits, but limited weight is given to that conflict for reasons of 5-year supply or lack thereof. And then some urbanizing effects identified with the removal of the hedge to create the access, and then landscape impacts also considered to be limited. So yeah, just to conclude that harms are not identified that would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the housing benefits, the main benefit that's identified. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ed. So we go on to the public speakers now, and our first one will be Steve Morley, please. And you have three minutes, Steve.
Okay, is that okay? Yep. So good afternoon, my name is Steve Morphy, and I live in Gypsy Lane with my family, and I need safe and regular access to our property. This proposed development will make this much more difficult. Gypsy Lane is a very narrow country lane, as you've just been seeing, which is already used by many as a cut through. There's only 2 houses in Gypsy Lane, and many objections have already been registered. Mine include, well, firstly, the access to the proposed site is off of the narrow Gypsy Lane and onto a busy Elm Close with speeding traffic. Pulling out is dangerous due to limited visibility and also visibility and vehicles going very fast then down Gypsy Lane, which is again a real safety hazard. There was an accident outside my house in the last weeks and at this junction where it involved the emergency services and helicopter support. Accident debris remains there today. Parts of the wall on my drive were knocked down last year and many vehicles pass and turn in it daily. I was cutting my roadside hedges at the weekend. I do so with great care because many vehicles don't slow down. The traffic ranges from cars, lorries, vans, tractors, horse boxes, etc., but also a significant number of pedestrians, cyclists, horse riders, and there's no passing places. So again, safety issues. Congestion occurs on a daily basis in the narrow lane where traffic volumes are high and it forecasts to significantly increase without this new development. We see this daily. If the new development goes ahead, it will be majorly worse. On occasions, I've been unable to get into my home along Gypsy Lane off of Elm Close because vehicles are backed up the lane. They try to come down and pull out onto Elm Close, or they're also on my drive. And then some vehicles are reversing back down it. Quite a mess at times. The new development proposal seems to have part of my hedge and my garden included when I see the changed road layout. I've not been consulted on this and I strongly object. My second point is the location related to Wells local amenities and work. It's outside Wells, and I would say there's poor walking and cycling into Wells and other locations. So consequently, the people who live there will use their cars. All deliveries and support services will all use cars for this 100+ new residents at this location with their vans and lorries and so on once established. And the development itself will cause major disruption locally, pollution, noise, extra traffic, road closures for the duration, making access to my house near impossible at times and certainly impacting other lane users. The current green field with wildlife, nature and hedgerows has sheep in it today. All nature and farming will be impacted, mainly gone. The joint impact of this with other developments like the 100 houses on Elm Close is unsustainable for the local area, roads, services, amenities and facilities. And there's lots of comments on that. Gypsy Lane users will have major problems, and for us who already live there...
I believe you're time to wind up now.
One last word, it would be a nightmare to live there.
Okay, thank you. Cheers. Next we have, we We have Ros, actually. Ros White is our next speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Do I speak before the parish council?
Parish council's online.
You're right, Ros. I missed out, Jim. That's a bit of a sin. I got you. I should be so lucky. Okay, Jim, you carry on. You have 3 minutes.
Right. There are many good reasons to reject this application. Among them are A, objections from numerous bodies, including St Cuthbert Parish Council, who have 18 valid planning objections, including lack of suitable access and community facilities. B, consistency of the application of the council's policy CP1. Last time I was here, CP1 was paramount when recommending refusal for a single house, but can be discounted for a 47-house development. C, in quoting CP1, the officers continually refer to the fact that the site lies entirely outside the settlement limit of Wells, while ignoring the fact that Heybridge is in the SCO Parish Council area and is 300 plus metres outside the civic limit of Wells. This proposal is a classic case of urban development. As this meeting is to discuss an outline application with all matters reserved except for access, I will concentrate on the access aspects. You will have read about the traffic density and problems with the proposed access onto Gypsy Lane, particularly from Messrs Mike Dash and Stephen Murphy, who own the properties across Gypsy Lane from the proposed access site. The developers in their document on-site PTP indicative location dated 16 August 24 claim that the site boundary crosses Gypsy Lane at Little Orchard House and includes Mr Murphy's hedge. This is being economical with the actuality. At best, they could claim ownership of the roadbed to the midpoint of the lane. Without the ownership rights of the whole road and Mr Murphy's hedge, it is difficult to see how their proposals could be carried out. There is no access onto Elm Close, only onto Gypsy Lane. More fundamentally, their preliminary access layout, PHL01 revision D, shows that to achieve the required visibility display on Elm Close in perpetuity, the developers would need to modify both David Wilson Homes and Mr Murphy's hedge on Elm Close. They certainly have not spoken to Mr Murphy. The required highways condition is outside the developer's control. Furthermore, highways, in stipulating the required visibility display, quote PHL01 revision E. That version is not on the council website, and all references in the officer's report refer to revision D. I do not see how a decision can be made by this committee until the new drawing is available and we are given a chance to inspect it. If, against all independent objections, this proposal is passed, the developer should be required by S106 to A, provide a community building for the Heybridge area, B, upgrade Gypsy Lane and Burcott Lane to cope with the increased traffic on these single carriageway lanes by provision of properly constructed passing places. I urge the committee to refuse this application until satisfactory or alternative access provision for this development is proposed. Thank you.
And thank you, Jim. Sorry for nearly forgetting you. Okay, now we go to Councillor White. Ross, your turn.
Thank you. I think St Cuthbert's Council do recognise being forgotten. Inevitably, developers have talked to Wells City Council, ignoring that many of the developments around Wells are actually in the parish council, and they come to the parish council late in the day. I totally support the parish council's response in terms of access. This is really very poor at this stage, and the proposals, I think, are really at best cheeky and actually quite outrageous to acquire land which they haven't even spoken to the landowner about. I know anyone can put in an application on land they don't earn, but this is indicative of I think, a desperate move. I also am interested in the fact that we're talking about aligning practice across all the former district council planning areas. And therefore, I'm surprised to see the lack of 106 conditions attached to this report. I'm told that it's the appropriate practice to actually bring the 106 conditions to the planning committee. And I particularly want to emphasise one particular one, and that is about providing land, if not a building, for community. We've seen a significant amount of development around Wells in the St Cuthbert's Out Parish Council, and at no time has the Parish Council been offered any community benefit, and the benefit to actually have a meeting place for St Cuthbert Out residents around Wells, rather than hauling them into town, I think is really important. And it's actually reflected in the Wells neighbourhood plan, where it's very evident they're looking inwards on everything they're doing in the town itself, and failing to recognise that they are a market town and are surrounded by parish councils, and in particularly St Cuthbert's Out, who are dependent upon Wells because they failed to have the correct provision out around Wells. So can I ask that a 106 condition is attached to this if the committee is keen to approve it, and to make sure that land and a contribution to a development of a building is very critical. This is a need which is recognised if it was in a parish council area, and this is in a parish council area, and one should ignore the fact that there is Wells down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. And we have one more speaker, which is the applicant's agent, which is Helen Ross, please. And you have 3 minutes as well, Helen. Okay, thank you.
It's still on, is that? Everyone hear me? Okay, thank you for giving me the time to speak today. LVA are pleased to promote the site at Land at Gypsy Lane, which will see the delivery of 47 much needed homes, including 19 affordable dwellings. This will be set within what we believe is an attractive landscape-led scheme, offering significant green infrastructure at approximately 50% of the site. The approach between ourselves and the council over the last 12 months since the application was submitted has been collaborative, and we have, through the provision of additional information, addressed wherever possible the points raised by the officer and statutory consultees. Whilst we understand there remains some local concern regarding future development at Wells, the fact remains that there is a significant shortage of homes in the area. As well as general housing need, the city also has significant affordability concerns and is simply not delivering the affordable homes to meet the required need. The site sits directly adjacent Wells' settlement boundary and can help meet this need, including 40% affordable housing. Any potential constraints to development have been considered and addressed in detail. Our supporting highways engineers have provided detailed evidence and modelling to confirm this, and that the proposed scheme would not have a significant impact on the local highways infrastructure, also taking into account the ongoing or planned development proposals in the vicinity, as has been agreed by the council's highways officers. As highlighted by the inspector in a recent Newhouse Farm appeal located circa 50 metres to the north, there are a range of facilities available to future residents within a relatively short distance, and residents should have a genuine choice of travel modes. It should therefore be agreed that this is an accessible location for development. In terms of ecology, considerations have been covered in detail to ensure appropriate mitigation can be achieved, with a particular focus on bats and delivering dark corridors along the hedgerow boundaries. The phosphate mitigation strategy ensures nutrient neutrality can be achieved, and the indicative layout confirms 11% biodiversity net gain, which shows a strong commitment to enhancing the site's biodiversity. As was concluded by the AONB officer and case officer, with the appropriate landscaping, the proposed development would not lead to a significant or demonstrable harm to the local landscape. Wells is a principal settlement and therefore one of the most sustainable locations for growth. A culmination of factors has led to a significant housing need, both market and affordable, which is not being met, and the council should therefore be looking at sustainable development opportunities such as this site, which lies directly adjacent to the settlement boundary. Overall, we have worked positively and proactively to address any concerns and are confident the approach will deliver a high-quality scheme which forms a sensitive green development well connected to the settlement edge. We would therefore be pleased to see members permitting the scheme this afternoon in line with your officer's recommendations. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Cheers. I think Simon wishes to come in at this point.
Chairman, thank you very much. Members, just for the avoidance of any doubt, if you look at the report pack towards the end, before the recommendation, you will see that there is a schedule of planning obligations which we are recommending you consider granting the planning permission subject to, if you agree the recommendation that the officers put forward. So again, just to clarify, our recommendation is for approval subject to the heads of terms that are set out in the report pack. Again, for clarification, it does not include the contribution towards a community facility. And again, when we are considering what planning obligations would be justified, we have to look at the policies in your development plan, and we also have to look at the advice in the National Planning Policy Framework, in particular whether or not that planning obligation would be justified and necessary to make the development acceptable. Again, our view with a development of 47 houses, it would not be a quantum of development that would require the delivery of a community space. There may well be problems with provision of community space within St Cuthbert out, but it would be unreasonable to require this application to specifically deliver a community space given the quantum of developments proposed. So I just thought I'd share that at the start, Chair.
And thank you, Simon. I'm sure everybody appreciated that. Okay, so we come to the committee. So who's going to be the first to open the debate? Edric.
Thank you. Whilst I appreciate we need to build houses, I think this area has been developed quite a lot already and is due to be developed further. I have concerns, as I know the parish council do, around the development and the urbanisation of Gypsy Lane and Birkett Lane, both very popular cycling routes. It's my route across the moors when I cycle to county meetings, and I'm worried about the effect on the environment in that area. I note that it's been pointed out that if development is approved, Gypsy Lane should be widened. That won't help anybody. That would just make traffic go down there even quicker than it is currently. I don't think it's particularly sustainable, and I agree that it's ribbon development. One thing I note, the footpath that runs across it, does that run in the site or is it just outside the site? If it runs outside the site, I don't know what to do with it. If it runs inside the site and we are minded to approve this, I would like to see that upgraded to a multi-user path, so at least cyclists could get from that site onto Birkett Lane, because that would give some access towards going to the local primary schools. I'll leave it at that in a moment. I'm not particularly happy about this further development into open countryside. And also, I know there's about views from the OMB. It's not an OMB anymore, it's the National Landscape, and I think we should get this correct when we're pointing this out. I've noticed that all the development on this can be seen from the top of Dearly, and all those disgustingly bright orange roofs are horrible. Can we not do something better when it comes to palettes and colours? They are absolutely vile. Thank you.
Thank you, Edric. Right, who's next? I'm looking. Yeah, Helen. Yeah.
I've got loads to say, so I'm just going to do about 3 points and then I'll see what everyone else says. And then if I could come back later, please, Chair. Well, first of all, I mean, I just think we should drop the term sustainable here because, frankly, it isn't sustainable. It's too far out. If, as Susie identified earlier, we refuse this today and it goes to appeal, one of the things the inspector will be looking at is whether or not it could be classified as sustainable by looking at the walking distances which Ed showed us and the cycle lanes, etc. And I think it's just a bit further than that Haybridge estate that went through. It's just that little bit further out that makes it less sustainable. So in terms of when you do the weighting on this, I don't quite agree with the weighting on saying that it's okay. There's 6 buses a day, I think, that go from Elm Close, and that's a private company. Who knows how long those 6 buses will be going, will be there for. So first of all, let's stop. Let's forget about it being sustainable. I made the general comment earlier about the landscape. I can't believe that the adjacent land WL5 ever went through, frankly. And I mean, you stand there and look across that landscape, you can see Glastonbury, beautiful trees, the levels, whatever, but it's gone through, the outline's there already. And it is effectively ribbon development. But like I said with the last item, when is it going to stop? So I am concerned about this next one. As it happens, this triangular field is less visible, probably going to be less visible than the allocation of WL5. It's got good hedgerows all the way around it. But in terms of landscape, I think we need to give it higher significance. Ed, I think your report was really clear and I thank you for that. It was great, but it is a judgment in terms of when we do this planning balance at the end and we say, is this sustainable development? And we talk about the benefits for the harms. I wonder if we could put that table up, please, that has got Ed's benefits and harms, because Ed's pointed out that we're now short of, over our 5-year housing supply, we're short of 1,200 dwellings effectively. And so these 47 homes would be a significant benefit. He calls it significant benefit. He says there's benefits such as the creation of jobs, of construction jobs. I tend to find that I know someone who works in the construction trade. They don't tend to be local people. They have their own people that they bring in. They're quite often contractors that come from quite a long way away. So that I think there will be a knock-on effect on supply chains, but actually I don't think that's a major benefit. There will be some additional spending in the local economy, and together you've said those benefits are considered to be moderate. I would say those benefits are limited. So on page 63 of the report, you've got a table and you say that you can either have a limited benefit or harm, a moderate, then a significant or a substantial. If you actually if you gave points like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to those things, I would bring some of Ed's conclusions down a bit. I'd say that the construction jobs benefits will be limited. The public open space, really, we're taking away a lovely field. It's not really going to be a benefit just to let people, and you've got land that's going to be used for collecting water, an attenuation pond, which you're doubling up and calling it open space. That's a very limited benefit to call that open space. There's one lap that's going to be put in for sure for children. The benefits of landscaping, walking and cycling routes within the site and the biodiversity enhancements are considered to be mitigations, and you've said that's of limited overall benefit. I would say that was even less. I'd say it was neutral. So overall, and then the harms, I would say I would give the harms significant. I would call them significant harms, or at least moderate, whereas you've given them limited weight. So in terms of that balance, what we've got to decide is, do we agree with the officer? And I'm coming down on the side of not agreeing with the officer, although I think it's a very well and clearly written out report. Thank you. But do we agree with the officer, and what is the inspector likely to say if this goes to appeal? That's what I want to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Ed, would you like to make a comment?
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly. Yes, I agree, of course, with Councillor Kay that it is a judgment call. The only thing I would add is that the weighting I've attributed to those benefits reflect largely the weighting that the inspector for the Newhouse Farm appeal attributed to them, and there is quite a lot of read across between the two sites, and I think as an authority we do have to be mindful of consistency in decision making. So if we were to come to vastly different positions on those different considerations, I think we'd need to be clear as to why we've come to something very different to how the inspector came on a site in the vicinity. Thank you.
Can I quickly come back on that? Yeah, I have mentioned it now twice that I can see the read across, but I think that this landscape here, the Heybridge site, is in a bit of a dip. It's not so visible. This site is very visible. It's on a south-facing slope. We saw the landscape analysis, LVA, whatever it's called, landscape visual analysis, the pictures. It's very visible from the lovely area, which is also protected area, and less visible perhaps from the top of the hill, Mendip Hills. So I think that just nudges it slightly, makes it slightly more of a harm, and the same with the fact that it's just that slightly further out. It means that it's not quite so sustainable in terms of transport. So I think that for me is what nudges it nudges it that way, the other way. When we go after everybody else has spoken, I also want to add some other things about quiet lanes and the section 106, please.
Okay, thanks, Helen. Okay, yeah, Barry.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Simon wants to come in.
Again, is with the point that Councillor Kay's articulated. We're just going to show you the slide that locates the site in relation to wells and the various facilities, and then the location of the New House Farm site. Again, members, I think that slide tells me, because if you look at the red site area directly above it, you will see that there is an access from the New House Farm site, which is directly adjacent to the access to this site. So in locational terms, I think given the inspector's conclusions on the New House Farm, it is going to be really, really difficult to argue that this is an unsustainable location, because effectively the future occupiers from both the New House Farm site and this site, if it was granted plan permission, they would be entering the network at pretty much exactly the same point. And that slide shows that. So I think you should be aware of that. And I think you should be aware of that in your deliberations. I think the other point, again, Ed set it out in his report pack and has given it a significant benefit. The government's direction of travel, well, not their direction of travel, it's been their policy since the NPPF was issued and reviewed, throughout the early 20s. We can't underestimate the shortfall of housing, and we can't underestimate the significant benefit that this application will contribute to that. And again, as Ed set out, it delivers 40% affordable housing. So again, that is a significant benefit. So I would be very, very wary of changing the weighting that you give to that benefit in the planning balance that you have to complete.
Okay, excuse me. Thanks, Simon. That was good. Okay, who's next? Barry, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I think this would be a really nice development if we had a lot less houses, they had bigger gardens and they had better amenities, because with these developments, they're scratty little gardens. They all want to put a conservatory up as soon as they move in. They park their caravan out the front, and it's just awful. I mean, I don't know what the size of the gardens are, Ed, relative to Somerset standard or average. They look very small to me.
Do you have a answer there, Ed?
Yeah, yes and no. The answer is because it's just outline at this stage. That's not something for consideration at this point. I mean, I could say, I suppose there is, if we go back to the indicative site layout, the applications for up to 47 dwellings, there's quite a significant amount of green space with this application site. And the extent to which we can really go into this at this point is to say, well, there is scope to play with the layout when we get to, if we get to reserved matters position, and that would obviously include things like gardens. The flip side, of course, is, you know, the bigger the gardens, the less density you get, and it's always a trade-off between, you know, garden sizes on the one hand and making effective use of land on the other hand. So, but again, that's something for consideration at reserved matter stage.
Okay, thank you, Ed. Barry, you coming back again? Yeah.
Yeah, I set that, Chair, what Ed has said, but if people want to come and put blocks of houses in areas where they're not particularly popular, they should make more of an effort. And I understand you've got your outline planning permission for 47 and you're going to talk to them. Are they actually going to reduce it from 47? Very, very unlikely. And I do sympathise with this poor man over here. I know you can put an application on anything anywhere, whether you own it or not, but he's had an application put on his hedge and part of his drive, I think you said. It seems to me he holds the key to it. He says, I'm not going to sell it. I'm not going to do anything with it. So I don't know where that particular thing is going to go and whether we can say yes to a development that is technically not capable of being built. Local jobs, that's a bit of nonsense, isn't it? Because local jobs, they're gone. 6 months, all those houses will be built, and all the local builders, wherever they came from, there are no more local jobs. They're finished at that stage. And two other very small points. Wells might be attractive for this development. This is not a development for Wells at all. This is a development that's completely outside of Wells. It's not linked to Wells other than by a road, but Wells is as far away as Bath is for us from here. It's not quickly available to get into Wells. And if we're talking about sustainable developments, nobody's going to walk from Haybridge into Wells. They're going to get in their car again and do the same as everybody else does. And one very last thing, when the agent was talking about collaboration with the PC, Cuthbert out, all I see from my right-hand side is people shaking their heads. So I'm not sure whether that's a stretch of the imagination or whether it's not. I don't know. A bit undecided about this one. I think it should be sent away and come back with all these problems resolved next planning meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Barry. Phil?
Just one observation. I can't see in the report what type of soil we've got here. Is it a 3A, 3B? Okay, so that sounds fine. The other thing I see from that there is we've only got one entrance. There's no exit, emergency exit, which has been demanded on several other planning applications.
Okay, thanks, Phil. Simon, I think you want to come in.
Yeah, just to clarify on that point that Councillor Clark made, as Ed said, this is an outline application, so you're considering the point of access into the site and then the quantum of development up to 47 houses. We've just checked the application form and the applicant's required to serve notice on any other party that would be affected by the area covered by the development. And they have served notice on the Highway Authority. In terms of the issue with the neighbour and the extent to which the proposal would affect the neighbour, at the moment you're considering the access into the site only. So that indicative arrangement that Ed has shown you there, so you can obviously see access in from Elm Close, and then you can see the connection back to Gypsy Lane. Clearly, if that new access also requires the approval of any other party of land that it affects, then the applicant would need to have secured that approval before they carried out any development. But again, that plan speaks for itself. It's not proposing, so you can see the dark shading, it's not proposing to affect the green line, which is obviously the opposing property boundary. But as a matter of law, if in order to deliver any alterations to Gypsy Lane, consent is required to affect someone else's property, clearly that approval would be required, and until that approval was required, they wouldn't be entitled to implement an approved scheme. And the Highway Authority are unlikely to approve the details if that were to be the case at the later design stages.
Okay, thank you, Simon. Phil, did you have something else? You're okay, are you? All right. I can't hear you because you haven't got your microphone.
I did not get an answer to my question, which was about secondary emergency access.
There isn't. The terms of access that are proposed are shown on that plan, Councillor Ham. So effectively, there are two accesses into the site, one from Elm Close and one from Gypsy Lane.
I'll leave you to ponder that one, Phil. I think, no, sorry, Claire, Helen is first.
Moving on, actually, since we're on transport, I mean, when I went around the field last night, there were 2 other big gates on the corners. I don't know why one of them couldn't be an emergency access, like there's one near the lap. Whether there could be an emergency access down there, but that could be something that perhaps when we get the full application that we have a look at, because I think that would be quite easy to do using one of the existing field gates. Anyway, so the other thing I was going to ask about is bearing in mind the conversation we had earlier and the fact that this adjacent field has already got outline planning application. When is the highways? When are the highways going to kick in to reduce the speed on this road somehow? I know it's 30 miles an hour, but will there be any traffic calming, like, for example, speed bumps or bollards, islands, bollards where we can cross? Because in my division, when we had something like 350 houses all go through at the same time, we talked about a master plan where we had crossing places, bollards, speed bumps, and it strikes me that if you're going to have all this extra traffic, we need to slow it all down. And then I believe that also across the road, almost, we've got the access road into the Haybridge development as well. So we've got 2 access roads almost opposite each other. No, they're slightly staggered. I know they're slightly staggered, but I don't know how far apart they are. So yeah, perhaps you can come back to me on that in a minute. But does all this go through when we get to the full stage? And because it seemed to me that some of these things in the report, it was saying we'll deal with that later on the night sort of thing. So, for example, when the full application comes in, that's when we designate which are going to be the quiet lanes, which are going to be the upgraded footpaths, and how we're going to get the active travel really sorted out. So, okay, you're nodding. So I think that all happens later. Okay, it seems a little bit putting the cart before the horse to me, because that could swing it for me if we've got good active travel routes, or we're committed to good active travel routes. That's one of the things that could swing it for me. The other thing is a question for policy, actually. I see that we've got an update on our 5-year housing supply here on page 63, and it says that we're 1,201 dwellings short. That was in November 23. Do we count the, when we've got an outline application in, do we count them, or does it have to be full? Can you just remind me of that, please? Because actually we've had a couple of outlines that have gone through since, but I believe that we only count them once the full ones have gone through. Is that right? Thank you. And I do want to come back later on the section 106.
Well, I don't know about much later because we're taking plenty of time.
Well, it's important, section 106.
Yeah, let's see what everybody else has got to say first. Simon?
I'm just going to just clarify one point before Andre comes in. In terms of the connection for the new house farm site, it's a pedestrian connection that leads through onto Am Close. It's not a vehicle. It's not a vehicle access, pedestrian cycleway.
But just to clarify, for Councillor Kay, that the have an outline consent doesn't automatically count to the 5-year supply. So we will be up to the local authority to demonstrate that there's evidence that it'll come forward. So it's only a full one that, if you like, gets an automatic pass. But in an appeal situation, someone might say, well, that's an outline. That, you know, clearly there are conditions to bring it forward. But so we might have to put in supplementary evidence that it's coming forward. It does still all count to the overall. It's still helpful in terms of the overall shortfall, even if it doesn't directly count to the over 5-year supply.
But we might only be like 800 houses short, not 1,200 houses short.
Yeah, I would also just say, obviously, we haven't updated the figures for October 24 yet. They probably won't look that good because last year we only built 240 homes. Now, obviously, there are hiatuses in supply when developments stop, and we know, but essentially that's the lowest level since 2006. So I don't expect those figures to be more positive than they are now.
Okay, thank you very much. And there you are, Helen, you have your answers. Okay, Claire.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask Ed what your thoughts were about the impact on the wildlife and the wildlife corridor. Did you have concerns? Obviously, the parish council has given some good consideration to that, and I just wondered about the mitigation. Do you feel that the balance is right at the moment? Because it's a beautiful, really beautiful area. Impact on wildlife. Could you guide us on that, please?
Go for it, Ed.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Sully. I'm guided by consultation responses from Somerset Ecology Services and Natural England on ecology on this site, and neither are objecting, subject to various mitigations that would be conditioned as part of this application. So that's how I've assessed it. I'm led by them.
Okay, thanks, Ed. There you go, Claire. Okay, Ed, you're next, Edric.
Yeah, this Ed. Thank you. We're discussing access. Access for whom under what means of transport? Because I would still like to see access, pedestrian and cycle access onto Burkett Lane. I think it's important. If we're trying to encourage active travel, I spoke with Councillor Kay before about this, and she's probably got something else to say on it. If we're trying to encourage active travel and people to leave vehicles at home for those short mile and a half journeys, access onto Burkett Lane from the back of this site makes sense as it leads towards other proposed developments near the sewage works in relation to linking through those sites and onwards to the local primary schools at the other end of Jocelyn Drive. So if we're trying to encourage people from the start, I think this should be part of an access agreement, not just access for motorised vehicles or batterised vehicles out onto Elm Close. And I also know, on the back of what Simon says, that the New Close Farm access is a pedestrian and cycle access onto Elm Close. So would it not make sense if they could have access onto Elm Close, they cross the road, then come through this site to access Burkett Lane, rather than anybody cycling or walking and having to go down the hill into town the other way, which is the busier route if they go along Elm Close and then drop down the Portway. Thank you.
Okay, Simon, you'd like to come in and reply to Edric?
Yeah, I think, thank you, Chairman. Ed's put up the indicative master plan, so you can see where his cursor is. It would be intended that there would be a link out onto Burkott Lane. I think, again, Vice Chair, in terms of your point, the inspector, when he was considering the new House Farm appeal, he considered, in his view, the site was a sustainable location, because actually, in terms of the adjoining site, the Elm Close allocation, again, there's a connection through down from Elm Close through to Burkott Lane, which would obviously mean that you could complete that journey safely from Elm Close to Burkott Lane and then on into town.
Great, thanks for clarification. Remiss of me not to have looked properly. Thank you.
Okay, Helen, this is your last chance.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I'm happy to listen to other people if they want to speak first. No? Okay. I think now Ed's noted that we can discuss that when the full application comes up. And if this is David Wilson Homes, which I think you indicated it was, I've worked very positively with them in the past. Is that right? Is this David Wilson Homes application?
The applicant isn't David Wilson Homes.
Okay.
They own the site adjoining. The current site is the applicant is a land promoter.
It's not LV. You said LVA.
Yeah. So
great. LVA.
So we don't know who the developer may be.
Okay.
It could be David Wilson Homes. We don't know.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Well, actually, as applications go, what with the lines of trees, they are making some effort to hide the development from without. And I think, just following up on Edric's point, I'm not sure if this is what you were saying, Edric, but the public right of way which goes down the right hand side on the other side, the field at WL5 field, is there proposed to be a gap in that hedgerow to go through to improve the permeability? This is not the main thrust of my question. I really do want to ask about section 106, but I'm just following up on what Edric said. Yeah, just quickly.
Just on permeability, there were more links shown indicatively initially, but in order to retain that hedgerow for ecological reasons, they were removed. So it's sort of just the one at the bottom, and then you could kind of go around at the top, but through it, we're kind of avoiding that for ecological reasons.
Okay. Well, I think, yeah, it's a balancing act, isn't it? I mean, it's something that we can discuss again at full application, I suppose. Right, on to section 106. Right, I understand. I have a lot of sympathy with where Councillor White was coming from, because I do think that we need to see the section 106 agreements. And I've also been asking about this with regard to developments in my area. And where are they? I mean, the four little titles, heads of terms, that show that we're going to get some money for NHS contribution. I've asked my officer regarding my sites in my area whether that can be spent on revenue funding, like, for example, extra nurses at the health centre. But the answer I get back is no, it can only be spent on capital, like an extra I don't know, porter cabin to give out COVID and flu injections, not an extra nurse to actually give them. So I don't know if that is a rule or whether it's one that we can question. But I actually really do think that parish councils and divisional councillors need to be involved in putting together these Section 106 agreements. They know what is right for their area. And I feel that it's very much a closed shop at the moment. The legal team and perhaps the planning officers together are doing it, and we don't get to see it almost until it's signed. You know, so I really think that we need to see that. As regards to the community building, I kind of agree with the officers. It isn't really fair to ask a developer that's only going to build 47 houses to provide for a community building. But could we not ask for some funds towards a community building? And can we do that? Do we do it at outline, or can we also do it when the full applications come in? So, for example, when the full application for WL5 comes in, can we ask for a contribution towards a community building from them, as well as asking for a contribution? I know that we can do contributions, you can do these things incrementally, because we've done that to improve some road developments in Frome. So we ask a certain amount of money from each one of them. And will that money also be used to, sorry. That was it. Okay. And affordable housing, the build out of affordable housing, is that also in the Section 106 agreement? Because often what happens is they say, oh, we're not going to build any affordable housing until we've built 80% of the market housing. Now, this just suits the developer, really. They say we need to get some profit from selling the market housing and then we'll build the affordable housing. Well, I don't really care about what suits the developer. I'd like to see some affordable housing built a bit earlier on. So perhaps after they've built 50% of the market housing, we get some affordable housing, please. And also, I wasn't really quite sure about, well, why not get some affordable housing after we've got 50% market housing? So the other thing is, I'm not sure if I got an answer about the quiet lanes and all the road work and all that sort of thing. You were nodding, Ed, but I think you were saying that none of that gets kicked off even until the full applications come through. There's a lot of questions in there, sorry, but I had to get it all in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Helen. That will be your last bit on this application. I'm sure a lot of that was in the report. I'm not sure if... It is. I think, yeah, maybe you should read reports. Well, then you should know the answers. But as we go, we'll go to Ed, yeah, or Simon, whichever.
So I do some of those, and if any I don't pick up, perhaps Simon can pick those up. Yeah, on the access, it is the principle, and that's what Highways have commented on. There are some issues that need ironing out as part of the Section 278 process, and you know, things like where the 30-mile-an-hour is. I mean, it's already quite far west of this. That's unlikely to change. A build out was proposed, a sort of priority thing. This is not something that Highways tend to like, so that's probably not going to happen. But again, that's something for the 278 process. In terms of triggers for housing, that is something that's signed. It's done as part of the Section 106, and we normally have affordables delivered before all the market dwellings are delivered. I think it's about 60%, something like that. Simon, correct me if I'm wrong. Just in terms of principles, in terms of how we can ask for planning obligations and conditions, we can only ask for those things or require those things if not having them would make the development unacceptable. So there's a principle that you can't buy a permission. So we can't just sort of ask for extra bits to make it a bit better. The question is, would it be unacceptable without? So it's essentially the minimum, and we can't go beyond that. And planning officers, we're advised by affordable housing colleagues, the NHS, you know, their consultation responses are recorded on this, and that's where we've got to the £207,000 contribution for education, for example, because education colleagues have come back and said that's what's required to make this acceptable in planning terms. I think I've covered everything there. Have I missed any points?
About section 106 and whether the councillors and the parish councillors can see it, and also whether or not that NHS contribution can go towards any revenue costs.
Just picking up on following Ed's commentary there, Councillor Kane, in terms of the decision-making process flowing through from a decision on the application, if members resolve to approve the application, it will be subject to completion of a legal agreement that guarantees the delivery of that package of planning obligations that we consider to be necessary and justified in order to make the development acceptable. That's largely governed by your planning policies. So your planning policies in the development plan effectively set out the scope of planning obligations that we can ask for. If your planning policies had identified that there is a need for a community centre in Greater Wales, then we could have sought a contribution towards it, but clearly they don't, so we can't. In terms of the way in which those heads of terms get transferred into a legal agreement, again, it's standard practice. We would instruct the council's lawyers to do that job for us because we're not lawyers. They draft the agreement. They ask us if it covers, in principle, what we are seeking, and then they go ahead and do the legal review. So we're presenting to you a recommendation that says, if you agree with our recommendation to grant planning permission, it should be subject to a legal agreement that secures those planning obligations that Ed has set out in his report back.
Thank you, but my
thanks, Simon. Thank you, Helen. That's it from you, Edric.
My questions have not been answered, though. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. If we're purely discussing access and whether it's viable and feasible, then no, it's not. The access for this should be through the site next door on the adjacent site. This arrowhead access onto the lane affecting Mr. Morphy's property in Hedgeline they don't own isn't feasible. So on that basis alone, I won't vote for this because that access, which is all we're supposed to be discussing, although we've all, and I'm as bad as anybody else, have raised other issues, then that access isn't correct. It's an arrowhead if it goes to a point, it's not safe. So I think it should go through the site next door and they need to liaise with who owns the next site. Councillor Kay mentioned we did a master plan. I know exactly the applications we discussed there because I was involved with and did a site visit with her where we discussed several together in terms of access. So I think they should go and talk to people next door about having access through the adjacent site. That would at least take it away from pinching somebody else's property.
Okay, thanks, Ed. We've been assigned, yeah.
Yeah, just to say, members, you've clearly got the advice from the Highway Authority as to the acceptability of the access arrangements in your report pack. So whilst there might be other arrangements which may or may not be acceptable, this is what you're considering, and the advice from the Highway Authority is that it is acceptable. So again, I'd be very mindful of refusing on that basis. If ultimately you vote to, you do vote to refuse on that basis, I would recommend that you defer making a decision so we can advise you further.
Thank you, Simon. Right, okay. Can we have some way forward here because I want to close this one down. Okay, Susie.
Bearing in mind that we need to start building houses and that these people have professional qualifications that, as far as I'm aware, none of us have, and they're recommending that we do this. I feel again that none of us might select that if it was our own individual choice as a site to put houses on, but this is what's before us. Either we just have to go with it because otherwise it's going to get overturned, or we ask the officer, if we defer it, how would we go about deferring it and to what end? Because there's no point us just all coming back and spending another hour having the same conversation. So I'd address that to you, Simon, please. If you think it would be a good idea, could you advise us? I know it's probably a big ask, how that would best be gone about.
I'll go to Simon.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I mean, I know how difficult it is, members, for you to make decisions on applications where there are objections, but ultimately that's what we have to do as decision makers. I think if you vote to, if there is a vote to go against the officer recommendation, what you would need to do is you would need to set out why you consider the officer recommendation is not the right recommendation. And again, as the Vice Chair said, you're considering the means of access to the site today. We've clarified again in terms of the site and its credentials as a sustainable location. We've explained to you how future occupiers would be able to access facilities safely in Wells without having to rely on travelling in their car. And I've advised that I would not recommend that you refuse it because it is an unsustainable location. If you're not convinced about the access and you are not satisfied with the explanation that we've set out in the report pack, you could defer making a decision today whilst we provide you with further advice on that, bearing in mind what you've heard from the occupier of the property directly adjacent. But our advice that we bring back to you would be specifically on that issue. It wouldn't be a review of the recommendation that we have presented to you today. So again, if that's what you, if you're going to disagree with the officer recommendation for that reason, I would suggest you defer taking a decision, defer on that basis, and we will come back and we will provide you with advice on that point that's been raised.
Okay, Martin's got his hand up. He's obviously going to be speaking for Helen.
Yeah, no, I sorry, Helen, I must say what I've got to say. I was actually going to ask that question, and I think you've answered it. If we were to defer, my concern is they access the same as Edric's. And I also think it's inconceivable that we should make a decision. I know it happens, but based on the one of the neighbours has come here today and pointed out that they don't yet have rights of access to his land or his hedgerow. I think that issue needs to be resolved, and I would wish to defer it. When it comes back to this committee, however, on that basis, I don't think we should be considering anything else other than that access. What I want to see is the access issue resolved in time, presumably for the next meeting, and we only have a discussion on that matter. I think we've discussed everything else pretty thoroughly. And I would therefore propose that, if I get a second.
I think you have a
I was going to
seconder.
say, I'd second it on that basis as I've just spouted on about it.
And Helen, you want very quickly, please.
I hope that I've thrown some insight onto some of the issues we talked about that are important to local people. I think I didn't get an answer to my question about Section 106. Can we defer it? And also, when we consider access again, that we also consider the Section 106 agreement and get to see it and have parish councillors and divisional councillors happy with it? Or is that asking too much? And that you've got the substantive motion, so,
Okay,
so you can turn me down.
Helen, it's up to Martin and Edric.
Chairman,
Or Simon would like to say something.
on process procedure on the Section 106, there is not a Section 106 agreement that I can share with any of you yet, because as I explained previously, the process is once we have if there is a positive resolution to grant plan permission, that's what the lawyers do. That's what, as a council, you pay them to do. You don't pay us to do it as planning officers. What we say is the heads of terms that are set out in this report pack, please will you convert that into a legal agreement? If you want to add into your deferral reason, and again, you haven't voted, you haven't agreed that, but if you wanted to, if you wanted further clarity on the scope of the planning obligations, we can provide you with written advice about the questions that Councillor Kay's got about phasing of the affordable housing. So we can tell you what we'd normally do. We can tell you whether or not any of the NHS funding can be used for revenue spend or just capital. And if you, I mean, again, I think I've provided advice, and I think as a group you're supportive that actually this development does not need the provision of a community space to make it acceptable. And again, I'd guide you to your local plan to largely focus on the aspects that we would consider securing through a planning obligation. So if you want us to provide you with more detail as what would go in the heads of terms, we can do. But I won't be able to bring you a document and say that's the drafted document. Provide me with comments. And I think, Chairman, before you do vote, I think as the highway officer is here in the room with us, I think you should perhaps hear from her with regards to the concerns that you've expressed about the proposed access arrangements before you take your vote.
Okay, Simon, Paula. Sam, so I've got the wrong name. I'll tell you, I'm just not with it today.
In terms of the access arrangements, they have been fully considered, including by our internal consultees. This is just really a principle of this access being there as such, that an awful lot of what has been said will be considered at the next stage. Looking at road records, quite often you might appear to have something on your deeds which you think this is my land, but in fact, especially where there's deep hedgerows, we have highway rights across that land. So where we can see the visibility displays, for instance, as far as we can see according to road records, they are across highways land which have highway rights across them. And also just looking at the realignment of the road in terms of the neighbour, I don't clearly see that this is impacting directly across their land according to our road records as well. So, and in terms of provision of cycleways and footpaths, etc., I mean, one of those drawings does say that it is going to be an extension of a footway and a joint cycleway into the site. And this again is something which would be considered then at the next stage of how do we provide safe provision for cyclists and pedestrians to get down to Burcott Lane. In all honesty, I don't see an awful lot more that they would be considered at the next stage in terms of what has been shown now, because it has been fully considered, but obviously I will leave that with you.
Okay, I think we've taken that all on board. Susie.
But it just sounds like there's no point deferring from what, again, a qualified person has just told us. I don't know.
You're not withdrawing, Martin, are you?
I'm not withdrawing.
Okay, Claire?
A quick question. We're talking about risks, with legal risks, right the way from the moment we got in here. But is there a legal risk if someone else owns the land and we're putting permissions allowing this to happen? Are we liable to a private individual and a legal risk to us? Because that neighbour is a person who could also get legal advice.
Again, as a matter of law, if you require passage over somebody's land in order to carry out a development, in order to carry out a movement, you need consent from them. You need their authority. So again, heard from Sam in terms of just clarification on that point. So again, there isn't any. There's no more risk. That there isn't any risk for us. The risk would be that the council grant plan permission for a scheme that the applicant needs approval from a third party. So there wouldn't be any risk for us. I think procedurally, Chair, and again, just looking at Mrs. Dolan, has the planning committee got a motion which has been proposed and seconded, and do you need to vote on it?
We have. I think we'll move to the vote. Is that,
But just
what do you
before
think,
you
Leslie?
vote on that, are you voting to defer so we can provide you further advice about the access arrangements? And or is that the basis for the deferral?
If I can come back, yep, I'm proposing deferral. I accept what the highways officer is saying, but I also think we have someone in the neighbour in the room who might want to go back and consult the deeds of his house and maybe consult a solicitor before we agree to take out a hedgerow or widen the road or whatever on his property. I think we need this information. We need this issue to be sorted out and brought back to the next meeting. I accept what you said about the section 106. I think we have to trust the officers to deal with the 106, and therefore I propose.
Fine, and I believe Edric is remaining as a seconder.
Yeah, I'm still happy to back councillor Dimry on that.
Okay.
I think it's important to get some clarity. Thank you.
So what I've written down for the minute is defer subject to clarification on the proposed means of access being deliverable without requiring any other third party land.
Yes. Yes.
Except land that's owned by the Highway Authority.
I think that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we've got it. Does it sound okay to you, Leslie?
Chair, I would just like to remind you of the comments that were made by the highways officer sitting just behind me. From road records that they hold, there may be, I will call them hidden rights, that the highway authority have the benefit of. And obviously the owner of the land in question, through his own searching or with the assistance of his own legal advice, may be able to ascertain those. And I think that's important that that position is properly looked at and assessed. And if this matter is to be deferred, that will be obviously able to be done in that time. But subject to that, yes.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. I think we're still staying on there, so I'm going to go to, well, I'm ready to go to the vote, Barry, but so very quickly.
Very quickly, the highways ladies said that they have rights over other people's land. That is quite true. They do not own it. Thank you.
Agreed. Okay. Okay, let's go to the vote. All in favour of the motion to defer that's proposed by Martin and seconded by Edric for the looking at the access mainly. Okay. Okay. I think that's no, not unanimous. So this is all in favour. 8. All against. Any abstentions? 1 abstention. Okay, thank you. So we're going to be bringing this back again. I wouldn't like to say next month because I think that might be a bit tricky, but maybe in a couple of months' time or so. Okay, so we'll carry on with that for that one. Thank you. So we haven't got a decision as such. Right, now we'll move on to the next one, which hopefully won't take so long. Land at Vicarage Lane, Draycote, Cheddar, and this is Jennifer. If she's here. Is she? Are you doing it, Anna? Yeah. Or Simon's doing it? Okay. Yeah. So.
Members, this is an application.
Sorry, can I interrupt? Can we just wait for Susanna Hart to come back because she's gone to the, yeah, thanks.
Cool.
Yeah.
Who's missing, or are we all here? No. Vice Chair, oh, he's gone for a wander now. Where is he? Yeah, he's here. Edric, get back in place, mate. I want to get started. Come on, we'll be here all night otherwise. Okay, Simon, you're doing this one?
Yeah, doing this.
All right.
So again, I say this is a retrospective application, and as per the description of development confirmed on the slide, it is for the formation of an area of hard standing and consolidated track. I'm going to show you in the presentation some photographs and some plans, and those plans do include a number of buildings. And in the report pack, we have stated that the barns on the site, which actually aren't proposed as part of the application, do not have or are found to have negligible roost potential for bats. I'm raising this because it has been pointed out to us, and it is correct, that not all of the buildings that you'll see in the presentation have been surveyed. So again, for point of clarification, I will point out in the presentation which ones have and which ones haven't. My recommendation to you is that does not affect the robustness or the validity of the recommendation that's set out in the report pack, but you might hear from others on that during this discussion. So, as you can see, the site location is just outside of the village of Draycott, just beyond the boundary line shown in red, and checking the Vice Chair's comments, it is visible from the National Landscape Chair. So you will see a photograph as to how visible it is. Again, the application site highlighted there, and you can see faintly where my cursor is, the provision of a number of agricultural style building sheds, which you'll see in slightly more detail. So the application is effectively for the formation of a hard standing in this area where I am outlining with my cursor. And you'll see from subsequent photographs that in order to deliver that hard standing, some of the existing field area has been dug out. The buildings which have been surveyed and are confirmed to be of negligible roosting potential are shown here. And then the one that hasn't been surveyed is here, and you'll see photographs of that, Chair, Vice Chair, as I go through the presentation. As part of the proposal, there is proposed to be some additional planting to, if you like, assist with screening the scope of the area of the site that's affected. And you'll see that one of our conditions that we're recommending is to ensure the delivery of that. The next slide provides clarification on that landscaping, and again highlights the two buildings that have been surveyed. Again, you'll see them in photographs. The one that hasn't is in this location here, outside of the area of the survey. So moving on to some photographs. This is the view of the site as it has been created from Vicarage Road. So again, in terms of what I've said, this is the building that hasn't been surveyed in terms of its ecological bat roost potential. These are the ones that have, as per the report. The next slide shows the scope of what has been done wrapping around the site. So you can see the extent to which the agricultural field has been dug out and the levels changed in order to deliver the hard standing. Again, this photo just clarifies for you, for those of you who haven't been able to visit the site, that you can't really see the field gate access and or the site when you're travelling along Vicarage Road. And then the final slides that I've got for you are ones that have been provided by local residents who've made comments on the planning application. So as you can see from the date, they were taken at the end of March when the works were being done. So these are the buildings that have been surveyed. This is the one that hasn't. And then we've got another more close-up view of how the site looked when the works were being done. So I'll just take you back, Chair, Vice Chair, members, to the site as it looks today. So that's how I guess the site has been softened since the works were done without the benefit of planning permission, and obviously the applicant is retrospectively asking for your consent so that the works can be regularised. The officer recommendation is for approval as per the report pack, subject to the various conditions that we have set out.
Okay, thank you, Simon. Right, we've got a few speakers on this one. First objector is Fletcher Robinson from the CPRE, please. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's no agricultural reason why this small holding inside the national landscape of around 10 acres, the land holding, should require a hard-standing area of the size applied for. It could easily accommodate 50 or more agricultural vehicles. In the words of the AONB's objection, this isn't agricultural development, it's a type of urban sprawl. Why does this matter? It matters because AONBs are particularly special landscapes whose distinctive character and natural beauty are so outstanding that it's in the nation's interest to protect them. The officer's report significantly underweights this consideration. It also omits any reference to the new duty placed on local planning authorities by the recently revised wording of Section 85 of the Countryside and Rights of Way Act. This requires Somerset Council proactively to seek to further the purpose of conserving and enhancing the natural beauty of AONBs rather than just have regard to them. The officer's report justifies the development by asserting that walkers on the public footpath just above the site won't look down the slope towards Draycott, but will look out towards the wider landscape. But walkers and AONBs tend to look in all directions. This is a really shaky argument for approval, and if widely adopted, it could lead to widespread erosion of the edges of AONBs. Members should exercise their political judgment to consider whether approving this application can really be in all our best interests. The officer also considers that landscaping on the site's northern boundary will conceal the development, but no amount of screening will conceal the intrinsic change of character of the site and erosion of the AONB. Moreover, it won't be possible to conceal it in views from steeply rising higher ground. On the officer's argument, anything could be allowed in the AONB as long as it could be screened, but that approach isn't compatible with the purpose for which the AONB was designated. Turning to policy reasons for refusal, as regards DP4 Mendip's landscapes, this states that any new development should be limited in AONBs, should be limited to that necessary to support specific economic needs. In DP4 planning terms, the development has not been shown to be necessary to serve the agricultural needs of this small holding. As regards policy DP7, design and amenity of new development, this development doesn't make a positive contribution that reinforces the character of the AONB. It does the opposite. It makes a negative contribution. Members are entitled to reach their own judgment on whether there's a significant and demonstrable harm to the character of the AONB. We think it is, and we think it should be refused. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Next we go to Charles Hart.
Thank you.
Please. And you have 3 minutes as well, Charles.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'd like to address you on the ecological issues by reference to pages 91 and 92 of your reports pack. Before development started, there was a woodland, approximately 3/4 of an acre in size. The hedge at the southern boundary of the development site formed one boundary of it, and it extended to the land immediately behind the house marked Lyndhurst, per your location plan at page 91. The woodland had potential for bats and other protected species. Therefore, had the planning application been made before starting the development, an ecology report would have been required, the scope of which should have included the woodland and the impact on its bats and other protected species. The woodland was largely destroyed alongside and during the month-long development. The day development started, I fully appraised planning enforcement about the destruction, and they told me that they were in communication with the applicant about it. Midway through the development, there was an exchange of correspondence between myself and the applicant's partner about my concern for the ecology. There can therefore be little doubt that the woodland was destroyed intentionally in advance of obtaining planning consent. In doing so, the purpose of requiring an ecology report in advance of development has been frustrated. That makes the destruction a material planning consideration. To assist you in determining what weight to attach to that material planning consideration, you need to know the likely impact of the destruction of the woodland on the ecology of the area. The existing preliminary ecological appraisal report that's been prepared in this case is inadequate. The applicant has not satisfied your bat protection policy DB6 because you have not been provided with all necessary information. As Simon has pointed out, the field barn, the biggest structure on the site, has been excluded from the scope of the report and was not surveyed. Only the 2 sheds that he's pointed out to you have been surveyed. I therefore fully support the Parish Council in calling for a full ecological appraisal report, the scope of which should include the woodland, contrasting evidence of the ecology of the area pre and post the woodland destruction. It should help the ecologists that the ecologists walked over the site in 2023 before the woodland was destroyed. One final point regarding the reason given by the applicant to justify the development. I live opposite it, and I have never seen the hard standing used, let alone for parking farm vehicles and machinery, and I've very rarely seen any vehicles using the track. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, thank you very much. Dan Foster, you're next. Please. Okay, Dan, and you have 3 minutes as well.
Thank you, Chair. The application site comprises part of a field that lies to the north of the dwelling known as Lyndhurst. The application site forms part of a larger block of agricultural land that extends to approximately 10.7 acres. There are a series of farm buildings near to Vicarage Lane. The largest barn is on the southern boundary, and there are smaller single-storey sheds along the western field boundary. It's served by an existing field gate. The farm buildings have historically been served by a roughly surfaced stone entrance track from the field gate, and the applicant has resurfaced and extended this crushed stone area, not least to improve access and storage for farm vehicles and equipment. The key issue is the visual impact of the development, as the site lies at the edge of the Mendip Hills National Landscape, the boundary of which is formed by Vicarage Lane. The crushed stone track that leads away from the field gate is only partly visible from Vicarage Lane because of the existing roadside hedgerow and buildings. Furthermore, this section of track reads as part of the overall collection of farm buildings near the site entrance, and the remaining crushed stone surfacing is not an uncommon treatment used in farmyards and field entrances throughout the local area. There are no public rights of way on the surrounding land. The nearest footpath at Draycote Slates is approximately 600 metres away to the northeast. I would suggest the photos we saw are zoomed from there. From here, the contextually small-scale development seen against the built form of the farm buildings and wider village adjacent has no material impact on the expansive panorama available from that footpath. The application is accompanied by an ecology report and biodiversity net gain assessment, which demonstrates that with the proposed tree and shrub planting, there would be a biodiversity gain of 10% on site. None of the buildings which are on site are subject to any proposed changes in the application. We note the concerns of local residents, but many of the matters raised relate to the adjacent property Lyndhurst, and in any event, any alleged breaches of planning control are not a material planning consideration nor a reason for refusal. As with any application, this scheme should be considered on its own merits and with reference to the development plan. The recommendation of your plan officer is that permission should be granted. We hope you'll be able to support the officer's professional judgment in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Rose.
Thank you, Chair. I speak both as ward member and for the parish council because of the timing of this meeting. No one could attend and the parish council chairman has had a battle with an exploding ash tree. It's not an AONB. It's not even a national landscape area. This is part of the new King's Super Nature Reserve, and it is the spread all the way across the edge of the Mendip Hills there. There's a number of reserves because it is well recognised that we have no more than 4 and could be even 5 types of bats in the area. So much so that even the playing fields in Dreadcourt has a deliberate bat corridor to allow movement onto the moors for feeding. It's significant, this. I think I've had my inbox fuller on this subject, many for some time. It is a very visible site from what is a very dearly loved landscape. What's happened is, I think, in the feeling of the local community, could have been avoided, could have been done more sensitively, could have been taken into account the impact on the woodland, the impact on the loss of hedgerows, the impact on the walking in this very precious area. And the hard standing and the removal of the soil and where it's been placed on the site, all of them give great concern to the local community. I think it's really unfortunate that this has happened. I would hope it's not deliberate. I hope it's in a lack of concern more than anything, but the outcome has had a huge impact on a number of people. I noticed that one of the conditions of the planning application is about putting forward a landscape plan. Well, quite frankly, I've seen landscape plans. They only last a few years and then the trees or the hedge line can be removed. I just think that if we're going to try and mitigate what has happened, it has to be a lot stronger and with real teeth to actually make an impact, because like it or not, these landscapes are for our future. And this one particularly, because it's part of the Super Nature Reserve, is really important. The King made it very clear when he announced this, that he wanted something, a legacy for the future. And like it or not, this deliberately or unintendedly has made a huge impact on part of that path. And so I would say, if you are going to approve it, please make condition 3 about the landscape a lot more substantial. Because quite frankly, at the moment, it's a one-liner and it's de minimis. But I do feel that we need to make a point about this, because if we allow these individual planning applications again and again to be passed through, we are absolutely eroding the landscape of our future. So please, committee, do consider this. This is the King's Super Nature Reserve, and we should treat it with the respect it deserves.
Okay, thank you very much, Ros. Yes. Okay, that brings us to the end of our public speakers. So we're going to go to the committee now. So who would like to be first to speak? I'm looking.
I will.
Edric, yeah.
I partially agree with Ross as the leader of the Mendips and vice chair of the Mendip Hills National Landscape Partnership. And I think if we are minded to approve this, and I think Ross hasn't got a problem with it being approved, I think, so long as mitigations are taken to alleviate the effect of this. So I would go along with what Councillor White said, and it was the area best than me, but I do know the Mendips quite well, that the mitigation needs to be stronger with more teeth than is currently in the plan. So I'll that's my opening bit and see what anybody else got to say.
Okay, who's next? Claire.
I agree with Edric.
Thank you. Okay, Susie.
I mean, this is just yet another sad example of why our serious lack of enforcement is doing us down time after time after time. And I think no matter what robust plans we put in place, our lack of enforcement will probably impact on that as well. It's just a sad situation.
Thanks, Susie. Simon's going to come in.
Yeah, members, just to help you with the point that Councillor Wyke and the Vice Chair have just made. Let me just show you the slide. So if you look at conditions 3 and 4 in your report pack, condition 3 deals with the biodiversity net gain requirement, and condition 4 deals with the additional planting that's proposed. So the biodiversity net gain requirement are the areas shaded green, and then it's very faint to see, so I do apologise, but this is the northern boundary where further additional planting is proposed to be undertaken, which condition 4 deals with. I would agree with Councillor White that the requirements of that condition could be made stronger to protect for a much longer period any new specimen trees that are planted. So I would agree that condition 4 could be made more firmer in terms of if any of the new trees that are approved and proposed to be planted are removed, then there'd be a requirement for them to be replanted, a bit like condition 3 has got. So if that helps the Vice Chair and Councillor White with your concerns on that point, we can certainly add that to condition 4.
Thank you. Edric, as you're sitting here, did that help you? Would you be prepared to make some kind of a proposal?
Councillor Cases.
Yes, well, yes.
As a Green member, and apologies.
Oh, don't. Yeah, okay. Carry on, Helen.
May I also suggest that something about the earth? Because significant amount of earth was removed to create the hard standing, and that is on the land and needs to be addressed too. But the key thing is to really make it substantial, because otherwise that's...
Sorry.
Okay, Rose, I think...
With the Chair's permission, could I quickly consult with Councillor White before I make a proposal? Is that okay or not?
That's okay with me. I'm going to let Helen, she wanted to say something. Let her have a chat.
I'm concerned, the objections saying that asking why service trenches were built, were constructed. Why have they put in, I don't know what's in there, if there's actually electricity or water, surface water. And they've also said there was extensive engineering works to lower ground levels, etc. Councillor White used the term great concern to the community. I can only read between the lines, but I'm suspecting that that's because they're concerned that we might actually get an application in next year for this to be a property to be built on this site. It's got a great view, and if you look at those photographs that were supplied by the local people, the applicant had chopped down the hedgerow in March and April when those pictures were taken, and that would be a fantastic place for a house on a slope, looking right down over the levels. It's a beautiful view, and I'm just a bit concerned that this is the first stage in actually somebody angling to get to live there.
Thanks, Helen. I know that we can't think that for the future because we're here to look at the one thing, but yeah. I think, yes, Phil, you're waving well there, mate, so we'll have you. I can see you now. You're sat at that end, you see.
I was always believed that when we get a retrospective planning application like this, that we should go back to what would have happened had it not been a retrospective planning. And from what I've heard today, this would have been refused, full stop. And I believe that that is how we should be looking at it. I don't believe that this should be allowed, and I am proposing that we refuse this application.
Okay, thanks for that, Phil. And you put a proposal. Do you have a seconder? Barry, you're going to speak next, I think.
Yes, simply to say, Chairman, that this land, according to the planning officer, has been left in a better condition than it was found, because he's complying with his biodiversity net gain And we've got the opportunity to get him to do other things, which I think the planning officers would lead to as well. So I wouldn't, despite my colleague on the right, I would have no particular issues with this being approved and going with the officer recommendation.
Thank you. I think we're going to have a proposal any moment. Edric, have you got something you'd like to put to people?
Well, I need to see if Barry gets his motion seconded, but if he doesn't, I think Barry has the right.
Chair, was there a seconder to councillor Ham's proposal?
No.
I'll second it.
Who are you seconding? You're seconding Phil. Okay, so that's to refuse. Is there a seconder for Barry, who I believe proposes that we go along with the officer recommendation to accept, to approve? Barry, I'll go with you for a change.
Thank you, Chair.
I won't leave you out in the cold for nothing.
Okay, so that means down the list, having consulted Councillor Wyke, and Ross has suggested
Usually, you're not going to vote on.
We vote on these first before I make anything else. Okay.
Right. So what we're going to do?
Well, Councillor Ham's motion to refuse has been supported before Councillor Clark's motion to approve was supported. So you've got to vote on Councillor Ham's motion before you then consider anything else.
Okay. So we need to do. We need to do yours now first, then, Phil, to get that out the way.
Just to say, Councillor Ham, Chair, Councillor Ham needs to say why he thinks the application should be refused and what policies would support that.
Okay, Phil, so you have to put your case now, right this minute. Okay.
If this had come as a planning application, it would have been refused. So as it's becoming as a retrospective plan application, I still believe it should be refused on the grounds of where it is, the woods, to change the landscape, etc., etc.
The loss of the woods, because the woods that you've heard are outside the application site. If you want to refuse the application, that the proposal has an adverse impact on the landscape character and value of the national landscape, and that you would be entitled to do that, and you'd be refusing it on the basis of DP4. If you want me to put the photograph back up to help crystallise your minds on that proposition, I'm happy to do that, or you may not.
Phil, you're okay as we are you? You're the seconder, aren't you?
Can I speak about adding something about lack of eco surveys? Is that a reason for refusal as well? The lack of proper ecological surveys?
Again, if we look at the description of development, what you're considering is a retrospective application for the formation of the area of hard standing and the consolidated track. If you felt that the fact that the one barn had not been covered by the preliminary ecological assessment, you could include that, but I'm struggling to find how that might affect whether or not the digging out of part of the agricultural field is acceptable or not, because it's not affecting the barn that wasn't surveyed is not being affected by the works that have been done.
Okay, so no ecological impacts of digging out loads of soil and piling it somewhere else.
The preliminary ecological survey that has been submitted has confirmed that, obviously it was done retrospectively, that there isn't any impact. We've talked about the potential for the biodiversity net gain which will be delivered, and we've talked about the additional landscaping. So again, on that basis, I think that would be difficult.
Okay, are we happy? Are we happy, Leslie, that I take Phillips now? Okay, right, so councillor Ham, seconded by Helen, councillor Kay, has put forward a motion that we refuse or go against the officer recommendation. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Six. Okay, all those against? Four against. And was any abstentions? No. So that motion is carried. So I don't believe we need to do any more voting, do we? That one's done. Okay, thank you. So the track is refused. Okay, so we move on next to what's our next one? 8 High Street Wells.
Chair, one before that.
One before. Oh God, I just pulled that one out. Land at Orchard Way, Rifflington, Radstock, and this one is being done by Anne. Anna, yeah.
No, Anna Jocham, who.
Oh, she's gone to South Somerset. Yeah.
I will be presenting the presentation that she's prepared to support her recommendation.
All right, thank you. If you like to. Actually, we're losing people now. Are we still going to be quorate?
According to the, yeah.
Okay.
So for those members that are left, this is a reserved matters application, and it is for the approval of matters regarding appearance, landscaping, layout and scale of the 6 houses that were granted outline approval in conjunction with the access back in 2020. The site address is land adjacent to Orchard Way in Ridlington, Radstock, and those of you that know it, it is right on our boundary with Bath and North East Somerset. So this slide shows where the centre Radstock and the application site, just to confirm that point. This site confirms the site location plan. Effectively, the site area that I'm highlighting here is where the 6 houses would be built out, and then this area here that falls below it is part of the outline, and it deals with the storage of water arising from the fact that this greenfield would be lost to store water, and in order to do that, there's some alterations required to the level of this land here. So next slide. The next slide is a helpful slide because it covers a point that's raised in the report pack. You can see the blue line, which is actually the red line for the application we're considering. And then you can consider the red line, which shows a triangle of land that is not within our administrative boundary, but falls within Baines. And as we cover in the report pack, the applicant has also made an application to secure access over this land, which they would be required to do lawfully in order to deliver the development. And you'll see from the report pack that Baines refused that application. So the next slide is what you are considering, and it is the layout for the 6 houses. So again, a fairly standard arrangement, grouping of 3 semi-detached, well, 6 semi-detached properties that are grouped in effectively 3 units. You can see that car parking is either on plot or in an associated garage, and then some additional overspill car parking in this location here. You can see some landscaping, so nice that we've got some landscaping within the new street that's proposed. And then a visualization and elevation showing the height, scale and massing of the proposals, including the garage buildings. And I'm coming on to confirmation of the materials palette further down the line. So again, just the street scenes of the plot. So we've got plot 1 and 2, so effectively 2 semis with garages either side. And then you can see there with small front gardens in front of each property. Plots 3 and 4, similar arrangement. Plots 5 and 6, so this is the one that has got effectively the one showing garage there, and then the second one with the separate garage, and then so that's the separate garage there to serve plot 5, and that's just the street scene. Again, I'm going to show you photographs of or a snap from Google of Orchid Close to just to clarify for you that the materials palette that's proposed is a reflection of what's there. So we've got a mixture of rubble stone and render for the walling. So the red is render and the blue is rubble stone. So if I just go to the final photograph, that will just help you just understand what they will look like. So effectively, this is a view of the existing Orchid Close from the Freem Road. And obviously, as said in the report pack, access is effectively from the existing estate that's been formed from this access. Again, just a close up, or slightly closer up, or slightly further away, in fact, of what those buildings look like in the landscape. And then perhaps if I go back to the presentation, we've got some photographs of the actual site, as you can see, with the existing properties that would abut the site from Orchid Close adjacent to it. And again, probably the view back from Freem Road, seeing the gable of the adjoining Orchid Close property, and then probably this one here helpful, picking out the existing hedgerow to the Freem Road, and the existing properties in the background. Again, for clarification, it's not proposed to access the site from a new access from Freem Road. It will be via the existing estate that's been built out, which is accessed from Freem Road. Chairman, the recommendation in the report pack is that the reserve matters that are proposed should be approved. Obviously, happy to answer any questions that you might have on the issues raised.
Thank you very much, Simon. That's good. We do have one public speaker, I believe. Alison Merrill? Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair and Councillors. I'm Alison Morell, a senior planner in the South West Planning Team at Savills. As the planning agent for this application, I speak in favour of the proposed development for 6 residential dwellings at land adjoining Orchid Way, Ridlington. The site benefits from an extant outline planning permission for the erection of 6 dwellings, which was granted by the former Mendip District Council in March 2021. This establishes that the principle of building 6 dwellings on this site is acceptable. The outline planning permission secured approval of the highway access via Orchid Way to the west. This reserve matters application seeks consent for layout, scale, appearance and landscaping and is consistent with the principles approved in the outline permission. The proposals comprise 6 3-bedroom dwellings which are designed to a high quality standard and reflect the vernacular of homes in the immediate area. The dwellings will exceed nationally described space standards and will provide much needed new homes. Somerset Highways have raised no objection to the proposals, including the access. They consider that the proposals will not give rise to any significant or severe highway issues, nor would it have a detrimental effect on the existing highway network. The applicant is currently appealing the application made to Baines Council, which Simon referred to. For clarity, Orchid Way is in private ownership. However, the applicant sold this site to Persimmon and has a right of access over this land. The management of the internal private roads would take place via contractual agreements with the current management company, and the existing management structure would therefore extend to this site when built out. It is noted that concerns have been raised by the parish council and members of the public about the construction process. A construction management plan is suggested as a pre-commencement condition. This would place suitable control over the construction process and would require future approval of the council. The site lies within flood zone 1, which is considered to be at low risk of flooding. Notwithstanding this, a comprehensive surface water drainage strategy for the scheme, informed by ground investigation works, has been submitted. The LFA had no comments to make on the application, and the details submitted are considered acceptable by your officers. I would request that members of the committee have regard to the following key points when considering the application. 1. The proposal will deliver 6 much-needed new houses in the context of the council's current 5-year housing land supply position. 2. The proposals are in accordance with the principles established in the approved outline permission, specifically the access via Orchid Way. 3. The design of the access and internal roads are considered acceptable by Somerset Highways. 4. The proposals include EV charging points, landscaping enhancements, and a comprehensive drainage strategy. As a result of the continued and proactive work with your officers, I trust that members will look upon the scheme favourably and resolve to approve the application. Thank you.
And thank you very much. I think you were the only speaker on that one. So we come to the committee. Excuse me, the committee. Who would like to go first? I'm looking, Barry.
Thank you, Chairman.
Followed by Phil. Followed by Phil.
Sorry. Could the planning officer explain how Baines can turn down permission to use the piece of land which they now say they're going to use to get onto this site? And I also believe that using this piece of land, the roads within the site that they will access it from are not substantial enough for heavy construction traffic to go over. And I think it's heavy construction traffic also going through an estate where obviously children and things. So that's a bit emotive, that sort of thing. I mean, we can take rules, but there would certainly need to be a very strict construction management plan laid down before they ever set foot in the place. I can't see how they can get into it, but please do educate me.
Okay, who would like to answer?
Yeah, again, Councillor Clark, you're correct about the need for a very robust construction management plan, and as you've heard and as you can see from the report back, that is a recommendation. The reason for refusal that Bath and North East Somerset Council have issued is set out in your report pack, so that's there before you. Again, clearly, I can't comment on that because we're the planning authority with regard to that issue. You've heard from the landowner's agent that they'll be appealing that. If they don't secure a successful outcome on that process, they will have a situation whereby there's not a planning permission that delivers continued access from the existing estates through to the development area. I think at the time, though, if you look at the reason for refusal, well, it's set out in the report pack, so that's obviously something for the landowner and the applicant to resolve. What was your final question? So construction management plan, access arrangements.
Got the microphone on. Construction traffic going over roadworks that are unsuitable to carry it, and also the issue of children, which then came into the construction management plan.
If you look at Orchid Way, it's obviously an existing estate that's been built, and obviously construction traffic would have needed to have passed through it in order to build it. I think probably the key and crucial issue is is the difference now is managing the construction process so that the existing users who wouldn't have been there before aren't compromised by the comings and goings of articulated vehicles. So again, we've got the opportunity to control that with the condition that's recommended.
Okay, Barry, you've got your answers, mate. Phil, you're next.
Yeah, Barry said most of what I wanted to say, but I want to add a little bit more. I'm a Kilmerston born person, so I know the site very well. I know Orchard Way very well. It was developed about 7 years ago. It's a good estate and it's got a good community spirit. But if they cannot get the second access, which obviously they've gone to appeal, everything has to go through the estate. The roads are not over wide. There's a lot of parked cars and a lot of children playing. So we need to have a very strong construction management plan on this. And I'm suggesting that we should have times of vehicle access constrained, hours of working constrained, and an arrangement for parked cars to be not parked on the road. And most of all, that the road does not get damaged, because in the report it says the road does not belong to the people, although they have to pay a management plan to Remus for maintenance. Most of these house owners have also got large mortgages, paying maintenance fees. The last thing they'll be able to do is put right a broken road, which is not only tarmac but block paved as well. And someone was right. I mean, yeah, they built the other houses, but they put the block roads and the tarmac down after they built the houses, so that has not had the heavy traffic. So the only thing I can think of is we need to really build some strength into that management plan, or we ask for a bond to be put somewhere to repair the road if it is badly damaged. Otherwise, I would like to propose that we accept the planning application.
Okay, thanks, Phil. I've just got to go to Simon a moment. I think Edric may be going to.
I'm happy to second Phil, subject to conditions he suggested. I remember when sitting on this committee, as you did, when we debated this long and hard about was it overdevelopment, etc., several years ago, and we agreed with after a long debate it was okay to go ahead. So we've already gone through the outline. I'm happy to second Councillor Ham's proposal, subject to conditions laid down, because I think they're quite important conditions. Thank you.
Simon?
Yeah, Councillor Hammer, your comments are very valid, and if the access was going to be through the public highway or the council owned, you're right. The process that the council would go through would be to secure a bond under a Section 38 agreement to make sure that any damage to the highway could be, if you like, made good from the process. The issue we've got here is that Orchard Way isn't part of the adopted highway; it's a privately adopted road, and effectively, what the management company who represent the current occupiers will need to do, they will need to have that same arrangement with the landowners, because effectively they have got control as to whether, irrespective of whether, well, I don't know, because I don't know the terms of the agreement between the landowner and the management company, but if you like, that arrangement would be a private arrangement between the management company and the organisation, well, between the organisation that's seeking access over the land and the organisation that owns the land. So you are right, it needs to happen, but it won't be appropriate to do it through a planning condition, and the scope of the construction management plan that we've set out would be about ensuring safety for if you like, users, the people who currently live on the estate. So whilst you're right, it needs to be put in place. Planning condition wouldn't be the right mechanism to do it. It would be for the current landowner to make sure that in allowing the developer to pass over the land that they own, that they put in place all the necessary controls as part of that private agreement.
Yeah, the problem,
Thanks, Simon.
can I just come back?
Yeah, very quickly, Phil.
Problem is, I'm not sure who the landowner is, because from what I read, the roads don't belong to the people in the houses. They don't belong to Baines. They've not been adopted. So who do they actually belong to?
The development will only be allowed to happen once the applicant has got approval of the landowner. So whilst we might not know that, they won't be able to carry out the development until they've got that approval. So they'll need to find out. And then the landowner needs to make sure that those safeguards about the state and condition of the roads and them not being harmed are put in place.
Okay, thanks, Simon. And thank you, Phil. Helen, yes, I have spotted you.
Thank you, Chair. I see on page 100 that the applicants say that it's their support their application by an energy and sustainability statement. They say they're going to have air source heat pumps, electric vehicle charging points, water usage maximum of 125 litres, etc. Can that be pinned down by condition, please? Because sometimes applicants might say whatever they like, but could it go into the conditions, please? Also, I'm assuming, it isn't in here, but I'm assuming they're going to be using permeable paving, because I was on the board where we went to outline. I voted against it. It's at the bottom of a field. I saw it in February 2021. It was completely flooded. And the reason why they're having to raise the land here and put loads of and dig out a lake area further south is because it's flooded. And I'm very disappointed that the local lead flood authority could not be bothered to go and make a comment about it and go and visit it. But if we could pin down those things about sustainability in the conditions, please, then I will vote for it.
That's a good point, Councillor Kay. I'm just checking the conditions, and obviously we're conditioning the requirement of the EVC charging point on the other issues about the air source heat pump and the other sustainability credentials. Can you vote on the basis that, subject to that being either covered by a condition on the outline planning permission, which would mean that the outline condition already covers it, which I can't check now. And if there isn't one on the outline condition, yes, we can add it. We can add it to a condition on this reserve matters approval.
Yeah, okay. We have a proposal already from Philip, and we have a seconder with Edric. So are you happy with that addition? Yeah, Edric? Yeah, okay. Okay then. Martin.
Are we able to add solar panels to that? Well, I can't remember what the latest thing on. Is that a condition you can do?
What I've suggested, members, is unfortunately, if you can allow me to check what was conditioned on the outline, because the outline might have dealt with it, and that might be why the applicant has submitted what they've submitted. And obviously we're recommending approval for it on that basis. So we need to check that there's just a control mechanism either on the outline or this reserve matters to deliver those. In terms of solar panels, they're not proposed. So you would need to add that as a additional proposal to what they have set out, because they've submitted an energy and sustainability statement as part of this application. I'm not reading in the report pack that it included solar PV. So if your approval is conditional on delivering solar PV, you would need to make that part of the motion that you're going to vote for.
Is it Councillor Ham? You're talking to Rosalind, so I can move it. As your seconder, Councillor Level, as long as you're seconder, you're thinking Councillor Level suggested, can we put into our motion about the provision of solar panels? So are we happy with that?
And as an update, members, we've just checked, it wasn't covered by the outline, so we would put a compliance condition on this permission to ensure the delivery of what they have said in the sustainability and renewable energy strategy, plus the solar panels.
Okay, so I get it then. So we're having solar panels as well. Okay.
Well, that's if the vote, that's if the motion that is put forward is passed.
Yeah. So if it's passed. Okay. So all those in favour of Philip and Edric's proposal? Unanimous. Wow. That's a first tonight. Okay. Right, thank you. So that one is passed. Okay, we move on to the last item on the agenda. We are running quite late, so we need to be succinct. Although we do have an extra 10 minutes to go to 10 minutes past 6 because we had a 10-minute tea break. So we can add that 10 minutes on. Okay, so we're going to the application in Wells High Street, which is number 8, Wells High Street. I believe it was mislabeled. Is that correct, Deb? And then it has to be a different number?
No, that was another agenda.
That was another one, was that? I know there was one. That was 3, was it? Okay, typical. I mean to get it wrong today. So this one is from Rebecca, is in charge. So I presume that Simon or somebody is.
No, Rebecca's.
Rebecca's there on the end. This is why we should be back to how we usually are. People sat there, I can see who's there. So Rebecca, your turn.
Thank you. So this is a retrospective listed building consent application for a change of use, a change of colour from a shop front from white to pink. So the site is at 8 High Street, Wells, highlighted in red on the plan there. When considering listed building consents, the first thing we need to do is understand the significance of the building. So I've just included a slide with a brief overview of the building itself. So it is a grade 2 star listed building, which puts it in the particularly important buildings of more than special interest. And it's only about 5.8% of all listed buildings are grade 2 star. So it's a really significant building. Originally, it was one large building which has been subdivided. It was originally built in the 15th century, refronted in the mid 20th century. I've just included a kind of a little bit from the listing description there that the bland 20th century facade conceals a structure of considerable historical interest, just to give you an overview of the building. Another thing that we have to consider with listed building consents is setting. So it is located within the Wells Conservation Area, within Character Area 5, the commercial core, and it is surrounded by other listed buildings, as you can see there highlighted in pink, and then the site is just highlighted in blue. So this is the previous picture is what the shop front was before, and then the one on the right is the present with the pink. So the bright pink is an inherently modern colour. It's not in keeping with the character of the building itself or the conservation area. And I'm concerned that modern gloss was used here. It looks very much like a modern gloss paint. This has not been confirmed by the applicant. So when considering the listed building consent, so the City of Wells has adopted their neighbourhood plan, and then within Appendix 1 of that neighbourhood plan, they have their Wells design guide. Now, in the design guide, they highlight and point towards the Mendip District Council shopfront guidance, and then this recommends natural tones to fit in with the area, and no harsh or obtrusive or kind of fluorescent colours should be avoided. I have tried to negotiate with the applicant to lessen the visual impact of the bright pink shopfront. On the slide you can see the shopfront, and at the bottom, I've included 2 blue squares. I'd kind of spoke to the applicant and suggested repainting the masonry at the bottom to match the rest of the shop front, just to lessen that visual impact. Sorry. The building, not the shop. Sorry, the building, not the shop front. So to match the rest of the building. So the only thing that remains pink would be the kind of the window frames and the fascia board. And then ultimately, because the applicant didn't agree, so that is why I've reached the recommendation for refusal. The bright pink is an inherently modern colour, and it doesn't preserve or enhance the character of the listed building or the conservation area. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so who's going to be the first one on here? Claire, straight in.
Chair, I think we have Mr. Fenceman.
I missed that one. Yeah, Simon Fenceman. Are you there, Simon?
Yes, I'm there. Thank you. Yes.
You have 3
Hopefully
minutes.
you can hear me. Thank you. Thank you for giving me space to speak on behalf of my wife, Kim. Apologies she couldn't be present. Before purchasing the building, Kim did seek advice regarding what was acceptable and not regarding different aspects of the work that was needed to bring the building out of disrepair, as it had been vacant for over 3 years and was in a sorry state. This was back in 2022. Since then, we opened the shop and continued to raise our 3 small children locally. The paintwork needed redoing based on the building survey, and once we had saved enough money to complete the works, alongside the roof repairs due to leaks, we instructed our decorators to do so. In the meantime, Kim had convinced herself incorrectly that we didn't need planning permission to change the colour of the shop front, and forgot amongst the business of life to reread the planning document from 2 years previous. As soon as she realised her error, the day after the paint was applied, she immediately completed the retrospective planning application, along with a genuine apology email explaining the above. The advice was not disregarded, but forgotten in the juggle of raising 3 young children and running a brand new business alone. Since the paint was applied in May, we've only had so many positive comments about the change, how it brightens up the high street, how it complements the other shop fronts in near proximity. She's not heard or received one negative comment about the change of colour. The City Council is also recommending approval for the colour change. No one has commented about the paint being obtrusive or gaudy, quite the opposite. The colour chosen for the shop front was firstly chosen as the closest match for the business brand colours already used internally and on digital communications with customers. So, secondly, it was chosen as a bright, happy colour to bring joy to the general public when exploring Wells. It's in keeping with other bright and positive coloured shop fronts along the Wells High Street, such as Moshulu, opposite, and Forever England next door. Both have bright shop fronts and in eye line of visitors to number 8, and it's shown in the design and assess document which we submitted. As you head further down the high street, you see more examples of bright and eye-catching shop fronts, complementing both brand and cultural heritage of Wells. These spaces include well-known brands such as Holland & Barrett, Vision Express, The Works, Poundland, Cafe Nero, and British Heart Foundation have all used the bright colours of their branding on the high street in their signage and painting. Other independent brands further down the high street onto neighbouring city streets include Kidstuff painted bright yellow on Queen Street. Number 8 High Street is a 15th century building, which was originally one building with Forever England. Both have been edited over the years to become 2 different units with different shopfront spaces. Number 8 has 4 floors, which include basement, shop floor, first and second floors for staff spaces and storage. There are the visible original beams on the top floor, which are the grade 2 listing, which remain along with the original LED windows on each floor as well. The shop front onto the public high street is more modern, around the 20th century. Therefore, the change of paint colour to this more modern part of the building is more in keeping. The structure of the building remains unchanged, and the history of the building is preserved in the materials and on the top floor. It has not been lost. The new paint time. So just to say, we acknowledge we made a mistake, but we are trying to contribute to the local economy. And
okay, I'm afraid your 3 minutes are up.
That's right. Thank you.
Please. Thank you. Now we go back to the committee, and Claire.
I'm really sad that this has come to committee. I hope this isn't going to be a debate about whether we like that colour or not. I like the colour. I do like the colour. In business, you have to do what you have to do to stand out. Independent businesses, it's very, very difficult to thrive, to survive. This is a young business, a young family doing what they can do to survive and to grow their business. And looking at objections, there isn't any. The city council supports, the unitary councillor supports what they've done. I just think I think it looks better. It will help their business. And I'm going to ask for common sense here, really. Does it matter? Does it really matter? Has it really changed anything apart from helping them survive? Let's do that. Let's do that. This isn't going to go to the planning inspector, is it? So let's do what we want to do. Just let's not get hung up on whether we like pink or not. Thanks.
Thanks, Claire. I sort of understand your comments there. Tone.
Thank you, Chair.
Give me a chance to get those on.
Being a Wells City Councillor as well.
Yeah, but Wells City Council have raised no objection to this. I live 200 yards from that building, and to be honest, I've walked past it 100 times at least, and I don't even notice that it's pink. It's just, to make these people change the colour back, which I presume is what the intention, is just ludicrous. It really is. If you walk around Wales and look at the amount of buildings that are painted quite garish colours with no problem, you'd be quite surprised. You saw pictures of some of them on there. I think we're wrong as a council to recommend refusal for this. I think they should be left alone to get on with their business. It really doesn't bother anybody else. Nobody has said to me, look at that horrible shop. What's a colour to paint a shop? Nobody said that at all. They all like it. It brings a bit of vibrancy. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Tone. I presume one of you is proposing. Claire is proposing, and you're seconding, Tony?
Certainly.
Right, and I'm just going to make my comment now. Thank you. Yeah, I like this. I went and had a look at it again just to make sure, and I think the idea is good because as some of you know, I represent Glastonbury, and we like bright things in my town, and it works. And I'm quite happy to see it the brightness go into Wells, and I think it's a very good thing, positive, and will work well. So that's my little preference.
I think I might paint the pub the same colour.
In order.
Yeah.
In order, you've got Barry, Helen, Phil.
Right,
But you actually have a motion, so you could vote if you wanted.
You can vote now.
I wanted to ask the question the opposite, but there's other people first. I wanted to.
Okay, all right then. We'll hang on a minute. Okay, Barry, you're first then.
Thank you, Chairman. Perversely, I agree with the conservation officer. Why do we have conservation officers if they're not there to conserve? You like bright, shiny things in Glastonbury. Glastonbury is Glastonbury. Wells is Wells. It's different. Well done.
You're welcome to your opinion. Phil.
Oh, I'm going to fall out with everybody in a minute. I think we should go with the motion that we accept the colours. I like colour. But on the other hand, this one, I go with the planning officer because she has gone to the trouble to look at what is in front of her with the guide from Mendip District Council of how listed buildings should look. So we're actually, if we go with Tony's motion, we're actually saying that the planning officer and the documents are wrong. I tend to agree with you that I like the colours. So I probably just confused everybody, but sorry.
No, Phil, you're fine because I think it's no planning officers are constrained with how they have to work, and we're not to that extent.
But you back business, don't you? You back business always.
Yeah.
We back business.
Right,
but-
Helen's
but
next.
we're ignoring documents that they're supposed to work to.
Yeah. Helen, you're going to have something.
Yeah,
interesting.
I hope that's not a derogatory tone, Nick, because I'm getting a bit fed up with it, actually.
Good.
Yeah, well, thank you. All right, well, I won't bother saying anything then. I don't know why I'm here.
No, come on. If you've got something to say, say it.
Yeah, okay. I've been a regeneration officer, and when we work with shopkeepers to come up with a guide, we often will look at a local area and we'll give them a palette of colours. And I think I went on Google Maps, just stepping back a moment. I went on Google Street Scene, Street View, and I had a look. And this road leads directly up to the Bishop's Palace. And you can see, as you look up the street, you can see the Bishop's Palace at the end. And I think that it is quite important, therefore, in terms of conservation and the overall look of the town, as to what the colours are. I don't think that most of those colours that were put up by the applicant were that garish, apart from the bright yellow one. Most of the other ones were in a palette that was in blues, and they're quite subtle colours. And the peach, he called it pink, but actually the City Arms pub was painted in a kind of peach colour, not a fuchsia pink. This is a bright fuchsia pink. It's outside of the palette. Going back to being a regeneration officer once, we gave the shopkeepers a palette where we said we think that these are acceptable because they're not too bright and they will be okay in the street scene, but not these really bright colours. And that included a yellow, as it happens. So I'm actually in support of the officer, and I'd like to propose that we go with the officer recommendation, except I think someone else has already put that you've got to take yours first. Okay.
Edric, your turn.
I'd like to ask Rebecca, thank you for your presentation. So is your objection around the colour in its entirety or the type of paint used as well? Do they both go together? So if it was repainted, still pink, but in a breathable paint to protect the masonry underneath, would that be more acceptable or not? That's the first question.
I think those are both the two main issues, which is why I have come to recommendation of refusal. I am concerned about the masonry below. It looks like a modern gloss paint, and that's not going to be doing any good for that masonry below. Appreciate it is a more modern shop front, and I don't know what's below that paint, but we do need to know that to establish kind of how harmful this is. I think I have tried to be reasonable because, you know, the bright pink paint, it is inherently modern. You just wouldn't have got that on a medieval building. It's a modern paint. So that's why I did try to kind of meet in the middle and negotiate to get the masonry at the bottom repainted to match the rest of the building, just so it kind of lessened that visual impact, so the pink could stay on the fascia board and the window. So that didn't happen, which is why it's got to why I've recommended it for refusal. So they're both as harmful as each other, if that makes sense.
I'd like to come back then, because I spoke about you with the chair and vice chair's briefing. So my amendment would be that we accept the pink on the woodwork and the fascia, but the stonework is redone, as in it's cleaned off back to bare stone and redone acceptable white paint, acceptable to the officer. I'm happy with the pink colour up top, but down below, I'd like to see it taken back to bare masonry and redone in the white and a paint acceptable to our officer. And that's my proposal.
I think,
Yeah,
I mean,
Simon, yeah.
just to say, Vice Chair, thank you for your comments to Rebecca, and thank you for your alternative proposal. But I don't think that can be conditioned on an approval, can it?
Well, I know that's what you were asking the applicant to do in the first place.
Yeah, so that was what Rebecca's initial feedback was to the applicant. Unfortunately, it didn't go along with that, hence she's gone forward with recommendation for refusal. I think it'd be reasonable that we could defer the application and get the applicant to agree that. And then whether they agree, yeah, then it's whether they agree or not as to whether it would need to come back to committee or whether you'd be happy for us to deal with that under delegated powers.
Can I second Edric's approach? Because I would withdraw my recommendation to refuse if and go with an approval if we can get the bottom back in white.
So I appreciate that we already have a motion there. So, and that basis, once that one's been heard, depending on what happens there, I'd like to propose to you then this shouldn't take long, just defer for a month to come back and say, look, we were quite happy with it being done in the white on the masonry.
Just checking, did anybody second councillor Clark's motion to approve the officer recommendation? No. You did you? Yeah. Okay, so procedurally, you've got councillor Sully's motion, and then you've then got a recommendation to approve the officer recommendation before you can contemplate another motion, unless anybody who has already proposed and seconded a motion wishes to withdraw theirs.
Sorry, Martin first.
If there's no seconder for Barry's motion, I will second it. That is to go with the officer recommendation.
Yeah, let's do that.
I mean, if Helen is withdrawing that, seconding, I will second Barry. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, I will withdraw my seconding and I would rather second Edric. So let's have Martin seconding Barry's motion to go with officer recommendation.
Claire, you're holding firm, are you?
Yeah, I just want to help this business thrive. I don't think I can't believe we're doing this to them. It's going to cost money for them to do this disruption and our time again. Let people.
Fine, Claire. Stick to your.
Yeah.
What you want.
Let's help business. We're pro-business. We've said this before. We want the economy, the local economy to thrive. Retail is tough at the moment.
And Tony, I presume you're staying as a seconder? Right, okay. So now we've just got to work out how we take this first.
You take that one
first.
That one first. Claire's first.
Claire's first. If councillor Sully's is not agreed by the planning committee, you've then got another motion which has been proposed and seconded, which is the officer recommendation from councillor Clark and councillor Lovell. So that would have to go next.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's go to the votes. Claire, yours is to go against officer recommendation and leave as it is. Okay. All those in favour? 3. All those against? 4. And abstentions? 1. So that one falls.
Yeah.
So next we go to Helen and Barry's.
Barry and Martin.
Councillor Lovell.
Yeah, sorry, not you. Councillor Clark and Barry and Councillor Lovell, which is to go with the officer recommendation. Okay.
But where does one Helen and I want wishes? Where does that?
Okay, so let's go for it. So let's go for Barry and Martin, who wishes to go with the officer recommendation that it should all be cleaned back and nothing there. So all those in favour of that, please raise your hand. 3. All those against that one? 5. Okay, so that one failed. So the next one, right, okay.
You're effectively deferring making a decision whilst with the owner of the business as to the proposition by the vice chair as seconded by councillor Kane.
As she'd originally requested.
Yeah, as Rebecca had originally requested.
Okay, so that's what we've got, and that's Edric is proposing it, seconded by Helen, and
Sorry, Chair.
yeah.
For clarification, I would like Rebecca to go back to the applicant, as she'd originally been in dialogue with him, to repaint the masonry, take it back to stone, and repaint the masonry in a white breathable paint, which is acceptable to the officer. And leave the rest in pink. So just the stonework in white. They leave the rest in pink, and just redo the stonework below the windowsill in acceptable breathable white paint to okay.
Could I ask a question? Sorry, really quick. Are we? Oh.
Yeah, go on, Helen. Helen. Claire.
Is it in your discretion to ask the applicant why they had a barrier to that, or if they've got a barrier to that? Yeah, can we the applicant online? Are we able to just get was there a reason what happened when because you've already asked them to do this and they've said no. I'd be interested to know why they said no. No, the applicant. We've done it. Well, I'm asking if discretion. I just no.
The applicant has
We've done it
indicated
before.
online that he can answer the question.
We've had people do things before and get up. And we've had Roz going over there talking to. So anyway, if the chair says no, I just wondered why the conservation officer didn't get this in the first place. What was the barrier? Because that might save the that means I know how to vote. Is there a reason?
Well, you're hold on a minute, Helen.
Unless the officer knows, why did they say no?
I'm talking to Helen. Yeah, Claire. So your thing is what you want to do. The person is online.
Yeah.
You want them to come on
and say why
and say why they didn't. We'll just check with the legal if that's possible.
We will if they are going to refuse to do it.
Read the written.
Yeah, but you don't know how I will vote.
Okay.
That's the original response.
Okay, we're going to read out to you, Claire, the original response from the applicant. Okay.
So when the application came into me, originally I sat and assessed it and then came to the conclusion that maybe we can meet halfway with repainting the bottom. Kind of sent that through to the applicant and set out the reasons why. And then they came back and said, saying that I believe if we repainted the masonry cream, it would have a detrimental impact on the aesthetics of the building and the high street in general. Walking up and down the high street, there are no other shops with split colourways. I have received only positive comments from all the general public walking up and down the high street. Not one person has complained to me, nor have I overheard anything negative as they pass by.
Okay, thank you. So that was that, Claire. Simon's going to come back to you again now.
Yeah, I think Anna just wants to, procedurally, having said that it would be a deferral, we think you could vote on that motion and then delegate authority to the officers to, if you like, effectively agree it and then issue a positive decision if the applicants were able to agreed with your motion, if your motion passes.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that as proposing.
You're happy with that?
I'm happy with that to second it. Approval with this condition.
Okay. Well, we can't stay here all night debating the niceties.
Just to clarify, members, it wouldn't be a condition. It would be that you delegate authority for us to put that suggestion to the applicant. If the applicant agrees with that, we would then issue a decision based on that as to ensure the necessary controls that change happens. If the applicant doesn't agree to it, we would probably have to, if this motion's successful, we would then have to bring it back to you again for you to make a decision as to whether you wanted to approve or refuse after the applicant if the applicant says they don't wish to effectively comply with your motion.
Okay, that's about as far as we're going to get. Edric, you're still happy. Helen, you're still happy. Okay, let's do this vote. All those in favour of Edric and Helen's proposal, please raise your hand. 5. All those against? 3. And there are no abstentions. Okay, so the motion's carried.